Rory Sykes, who is a blind man with cerebral palsy, died in the LA fires because per LAFD diversity chief, shut the up. Christine Larson, he got himself in the wrong place. Also, like, they talk about like diversity hires all the time. It's literally because she's a woman. This woman has like 30 years of experience and like was the top of her class in the fire department academy, right? But like her merits mean nothing because she's a woman. Because she has a vagina, she automatically is a diversity hire, even though she has more qualifications than literally anyone else. Me, dude. And it's so what is so absurd to me is that all of the people that these people are like listening to the lies of, like Tim Pool, all of the people that are feeding the lies to these numbskull. Listen, I'm giving this like, we're going to watch to the end of this Young Turks video and then y'all need to move to YouTube because I am going to get banned today. I can already tell. I'm going to say some shit. I just made a whole gruesome analogy to that involved bleeding assholes. I'm going to get banned from Twitch. Okay. We're going to stream for like 10 more minutes here and then we're going to have to move to YouTube. Otherwise I'm getting banned. Okay. But like all of the people that are feeding these lies are the like most loser people in the world. Like they want to project strength, but then they're such all the time. Like Andrew Tate is a loser. He acts like a loser. Donald Trump is a loser. He acts like a loser. They're all insecure little. Look at Elon Musk. Look at Elon Musk. He's pretending that he's good at video games, and he might be good at video games, but he's not top one. Like he's not even in the top 100 in the world, and nobody would care if he was like bad at video games, right? No one would give a if he was bad at video games, but he has to be good at everything. So he lies and then gets caught in the lie and starts banning people and delisting them on Twitter because he can't like get a W. Like these people are embarrassing and you guys believe every lie that they say. And it's embarrassing. I don't know what world we live in where all these people who got shoved into lockers their entire lives, all right? Now because they're rich and they don't like trans people like you don't like trans people, suddenly they're ultra smart, giga Chad, flamethrower, Elon Musk, soy, big chunkus Redditor, like epic dudes. It's just so cringe. Pick a hero that actually has some values. I don't. Now we know why Elon is pro H1B. He needs his Indian from tech support to play games for him. Yeah, no, he's hired some Chinese kid to like sit there and know life for $40,000, which is 6 times the wage that he would be making in some factory. So he's making $40,000 USD playing, he's probably getting paid through crypto, getting paid through Dogecoin. All right. To play Path of Exile for 30 hours a day. I don't know, dude. It's just we live in a like backwards ass world. It's killing me. It's actually killing me.
My mom said, Tim, why don't you talk about Republicans? I said, okay. What do you want me to say about Republicans? She's like, well, they do.
That they're all simps that suck. They are tongue on balls. Tongue on balls. The second Donald Trump says something, even if it goes against what he said 10 minutes before, tongue on balls, choking on it, getting it down into their esophagus, clogging up their airway so that they can be the first to say, I was on Trump's good side. All right. Like, what do you want me to say about Republicans? Yeah, Republicans are bad. They're part of the government. I hate the government, obviously, but like, they hate the I said we're moving to YouTube. I almost just said a slur. We're moving to YouTube right now. All right, you guys go to the YouTube. I'm not going to post a link. All right, but I don't want to get banned on Twitch. I'm going to say a slur. I'm really triggered already. The Twitch stream has to go down. Let me just figure out how to do that on my OBS. Jesus Christ. Where is the multiple scenes? Modify this. Sync. Start and stop. Okay. All right. If you're watching on YouTube, all right, this is going to be a test. I'm going to try and cut the Twitch stream without cutting the YouTube stream. All right, Twitch people, type in the YouTube chat when you're there, and then I will end the stream. Okay, I will move on as soon as I see someone say something. Excommunicated from Twitch. Yeah, I don't want to be excommunicated from Twitch. So, all right, are we still live on YouTube? We are still live on YouTube. Jesus Christ. These, I'm going to get banned. I'm going to get banned.
Bad things. And I said, oh, okay. Like, what do you think they're doing that's bad? She's like, well, I don't know, but all you're talking about is Democrats.
You don't know? You guys can't think of a single thing that the Republicans do that's bad. You can't think of a single thing that you disagree with the Republicans on, like even conceptually. Like you can't think of a single thing. Literally, this didn't happen. His mom did not say, hey, you need to talk about the Republicans. They're doing bad things. Oh, what bad things are they doing? Oh, I don't know. If your mom said, hey, you're constantly shitting on the Democrats, maybe you should shit on the Republicans, she probably has some idea about why she doesn't like the Republicans. People don't just not like the opposition party because they don't know anything about them. Watch Jared Taylor. Maybe that won't trigger you as much. Is that still in the Discord? Because I don't remember what that was about. I don't want to watch just like pure like neo-Nazi content if that's who that is. Like it doesn't interest me.
The Republicans are like a lukewarm nothing party and the Democrats are evil. And she argued with me, and I was like, you send me anything you see any day about Republicans doing something, and if I agree, I will absolutely criticize the Republicans. I'm not a fan of the Republican Party. And
then give me a single thing that you disagree with them on.
I'm reminded of this story. It reminds me of that moment. So for those of you out there that are watching this and who have family and friends who are like, Tim's biased, I'm going to explain to you very simply the core of what makes me despise the Democratic Party, progressives, wokeness, etc. It's a story here from NBC News. Take a look. Former child star Rory Sykes dies in California wildfires as mom tried to save him.
Rory Sykes? Child star? Rory Sykes. Rory Sykes. What were they in? Oh, no. He was blind. Oh, it was British TV. That's why I've never heard of this person. Her son was blind and had difficulty walking, but there was no water coming out. Jesus Christ. This is hard to read right here. Also, let me turn off this heater. It's hot as f in this room. I'm about to open the window to the, 3-degree weather outside. Jesus Christ. Wait, what is the temperature outside? 45? Oh, no. Here, let me turn on the ceiling fan a little bit more. Whew. I'm sweating just sitting down. The lesbian is responsible, right, Tim? True. It's always the lesbians, right? Killing all of our children with wildfires. Okay. Jesus Christ. It's just so... And they're going to blame... Let me...
This is a hard story to read. Former child star Rory Sykes, who was born blind and had cerebral palsy, died Wednesday in the wildfires after his mother said she was unable to save him from their home. See, the story is her arm was broken and she couldn't get the cinders off the building. She could not carry him out of the building and he was having trouble walking. He didn't want to leave. He was struggling. So she went to the fire department, asked them for help. He said, Mom, leave me. No mom could leave their kid. Shelley Sykes told Australian outlet 10 News she has a broken arm and could not lift or move her son. Shelley Sykes said she drove to the local fire department for help, but they told her they did not have any water. She said when the fire department brought her back, Rory's cottage was burnt to the ground. You understand the implications about what happened to Rory. He was trapped. The mother couldn't lift him, and he died in that fire. And now I want you to watch this video from Larson. She's I believe, the head of diversity for the LA Fire Department. I'm sorry, let me get the audio.
Response to your house, you want to see somebody that responds to your house, your emergency, whether it's a medical call or a fire call, that looks like you. It gives that person a little bit more ease, knowing that somebody might understand their situation better. Is she strong enough to do this? Or you couldn't carry my husband out of a fire, which my response is, he got himself in the wrong place if I have to carry him out of a fire.
Rory Sykes did not get himself in the wrong place.
They released that.
Rory Sykes did not put himself in the wrong place.
Do you think that subhuman freak, do you think that she's talking about Rory Sykes right there? Or do you think that she's making a joke that has nothing to do with the current situation? If she couldn't carry someone out of the building, assuming they're not 500 pounds and obese, like half of the conservative voter, like electorate, like, yeah, maybe she probably has the capability of carrying a human being outside of a fire. Maybe she's talking about the fact that if your husband needs me to carry him out of fire, he's put himself in a really bad position. That's probably something that you guys would say about a victim. All right? Kill yourself. It is unbelievable that these subhuman freaks will sit there and find a clip from something so unbelievably completely disconnected and then say like, oh yeah, would you say that over the charred remains of a cerebral palsy blinded child star that you didn't save because you're a woman? Who the are you, Tim? Go volunteer. Go save a life. Do something with your life besides lie to people and grift for Russian money. You beanie wearing bald hack. Jesus Christ. These people, unironically, are the worst human beings. And I wish there was a God so people like this would burn in hell for the rest of eternity. It is unbelievable what they are doing to my country, the cry bullying they do around every single event. These people are less than human to me. Jesus Christ. Are you serious right now? Do you think it was the fire department's fault? Do you think that it was even the local government's fault that the fires swept through there? It's a desert. Southern California is not a paradise of like 40 inches of rain every month, okay? It's like arid, all right? You don't get a lot of rain in SoCal. What the water tanks. There was no problem with the amount of water that they had at the beginning. They had enough water at the beginning, but guess what? There's no amount of effort that anyone could do in the entire world unless they had like 5 years of prep time where they knew that this was going to happen in this location, where they'd be able to pump in water at the levels that they would need to maintain fighting the fire like this. It is real to me that these people will sit there and make up fake stories about the like hurricane and where those things were started, and like, oh well, the government isn't going to give you any money. You shouldn't even talk to the government because they're going to take your house. People like Tim Pool were spreading those lies. He was spreading the lies that the government wouldn't help you after the hurricane in Hurricane Helene in South Carolina and Florida and states around there, where all those people got, and then several people, like a couple dozen people, refused any aid from the government. Why? Because people like him were lying to them about what the government was going to do to them if they talked to them, saying that they were going to steal their shit after they already got by the storm. These people are subhuman. It is unbelievable that they will sit there and they will talk about Democrats being evil while they spread these kind of lies that actually have a tangible effect on people's lives. It is unreal to me. Yeah, and now conservatives are saying, oh, we're going to withhold aid. They're going to withhold aid, which is something that the Democrats never, ever, 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 ever threatened to do. The Democrats never threatened to withhold aid from a Republican state because a natural disaster went through and they wanted to get something out of it. It is disgusting to me. It is actually disgusting to me. Sorry, I'm just so triggered. It's reminding me that I'm going to have a conversation about this kind of topic where like I'm the bad person for the way that I talk about this, how I react to the lies that these subhuman, like these unbelievable, like animals, like, I'm sorry, these animals spread all the time. All right. I'm the bad guy. All right. And hey, if Tyler doesn't say something in the next like 2 hours, I'm not doing this debate. I'll help you find replacement content and help book it if that happens. But I'm not about to have some slimy fat tell me that I'm mean on Twitter for 2 hours with no prep time on my end as to what we'll be talking about. Yeah, these are the people that are lukewarm. The conservatives are lukewarm because they're withholding aid from people that they disagreed with. Okay, hopefully Wick responds soon because I don't want to like the biggest thing is I don't want to Wick's content that he's doing this because I got super triggered on Twitter. And I've been wanting to do some more Wick shows, but unfortunately my life doesn't quite allow for that right now. God, I hate these people, dude. I hate these people so much. These people, they will just lie and 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 then turn around and act like they're the victim when shit is. You don't get to lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and say everything is when things are like trending towards being better, all right? And then when you get in power, like act like everyone's been like you, even though you were doing bad things the entire time you weren't in power. You don't get to do that. It's insane to me. It's insane to me. It's actually crazy. Christ. Okay, let me see something really quick before I just responded to Wick. So let me do this. Let me hide this. Nope, the wrong one. Hide this. 1 second, let me just look at this real quick. Okay. I don't need to watch the rest of Tim Pool right there being a subhuman freak already.
Trans people are...
Oh wait, we were still watching this one, weren't we?
In the realm of geopolitics, like you do have to speak to your adversaries in some cases or unsavory figures like Vladimir Putin, for instance, right? So no one in the US government has spoken to Vladimir Putin, or at least the president hasn't spoken to Vladimir Putin since February of 2022. Donald Trump has made a point to state that he is going to have a meeting with Vladimir Putin very soon to basically negotiate an end to this war. And so that's been reported on by Reuters. So when asked about his strategy to end the war, Trump told Newsmax, well, there's only one strategy and it's up to Putin. And I can't imagine he's too thrilled about the way it's gone because it hasn't gone exactly well for him either, meaning this war in Ukraine. And they have lost a ton of soldiers, which is why North Korea has stepped in and provided additional soldiers for Russia's
go over that next
war on Ukraine. And U.S. Congressman Mike Waltz, who I've got no love for, but nonetheless, the incoming national security advisor said on Sunday that he expected a call between Trump and Putin in the coming days and weeks. So look, obviously, we don't know what those conversations are going to be, but I do think that having those conversations, opening up lines of dialogue could be beneficial in finding a peaceful resolution, an end to this war. That is what I'm hoping for. Obviously, I'm being overly optimistic, but I'm curious what you think, Cenk.
Yeah, I gotta say that Trump has surprised me on Russia a couple of times because I thought he was, after that humiliating press conference where he had the slumped shoulders and said Russia's right, not us, that for sure that he was in their back pocket. But a couple of times he's resisted them for at least supporting them 100%. And Trump is not known for being a nuanced guy. He's a blunt instrument. So the fact that he is not hitting the gas pedal and going, that's it, Ukraine, give a third of your country to Russia right now, or give half your country to Russia right now, right? He's not doing that. So in the context of the different terrible things Trump could have done on this issue, it's more subtle and nuanced than I would have expected, and a little bit more pro-Ukrainian than I would have expected. So I'll take the win.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks, really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more.
Shut up, Cenk, don't care.
Live chat, emojis,
Fuck
badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, Jay.
All right, so hold on. I don't want to watch the Young Turks again on this. What was CNN's coverage like? Meta rules, new Facebook meta rules. Will you cover the Elon Asman drama? I mean, we'll maybe like touch on it a little bit, but the problem is I don't know as much about I don't know that much about World of Warcraft or Path of Exile or anything like that. Like all of the nerd stuff that's going on right now is really funny. It shows how much of a loser Elon actually is, and it shows how Asmongold, who is tongue on balls constantly to Elon, gets thrown under the bus by Elon because he wanted to like prove that Elon like could do it. He's like, I'll listen, maybe Elon is doing this, we'll make a new character and, and my editors will do this. And he's like, let me just leak all these, DMs. Looks like he can't do anything without his overlords telling him what to do. He gets cucked by Elon and he's like, oh, he called me a fake gamer. This is unacceptable. Wait, what is the CNN thing?
4 years ago today, Mark Zuckerberg.
Right, breaking news just moments ago, Facebook announced it is getting rid of fact checkers and also making major changes to what
I'm so curious. Why is this not popping up like the same one that TYT was looking at? Let me search there. How's it going, Aaron Small? You basically just covered the whole thing. Yeah, I know, but that's the thing. People can go into the minutia of why Elon is obviously faking it. And when they're explaining it, conceptually I can understand it, but I don't understand why the chaos emeralds or whatever the fuck, chaos orbs or whatever the fuck they didn't pick up. I don't know why that's such an important thing, because I don't play Path of Exile because I have sex. So I say that as I'm playing Pokemon Gold on original hardware. You don't have to know anything about the games. Elon is just mad Asman was joining everyone else and laughing at him at the point of removing his checkmark. Yeah, I know. Not picking up a Chaos Orb is like not picking up a $100 bill. Jesus. Speaking of $100 bills, if you guys want to help a brother out, there is a way that you can do that by using that link that's going to show up in chat right now. Donate. There we go. If you guys want to help a brother out. All right. I am still poor. I am still, eating ramen literally every single day. So if you guys want to help a brother out and use the link right there, that would be helpful. On to the rest of it. Can we not sort these by these aren't sorted by time, or we have that one open? You know what? Let's just go to videos. Oh, I bet you they post 5 million things a day. Let's see here. We will retaliate. Oh no. Do they not have that panel on YouTube, even though TYT has the clip of it on? Wait, hold on. When was
struck from the meta policy is that
7 days ago. So we got to go at least 7 days. We got to see at least 7 days.
4 years ago today, Mark Zuckerberg announced Facebook and Instagram would.
I see you. This looks like the one.
Once again, it's about regaining the trust. These social media platforms, they can't just be the wild.
All right. So I guess Zuck decided we're going to completely change the way we do moderation here at Facebook and Meta and Instagram. In the past, we were trying to, keep it to where people weren't spreading fake news, and we were trying to make it to where people weren't, saying the N-word or stuff like that, just normal stuff. But now, because Donald Trump's in charge, we can see that there's a change in the hearts of Americans. So we're going to let you say the N-word. That's right, everyone. My name is Mark Zuckerberg, and we're going to change. We're going to change the way we do slurs on Facebook. That's what he did. Oh, speaking of, rival's name. You know what? Just because that's who we're talking about right now, we're going to name him Zuck. Actually, Zuck? All right, there we go. Let's see what this is about.
Once again, it's about regaining the trust. These social media platforms, they can't just be the wild west, but a lot of times, let's let Americans police ourselves. Let's get back to some of that. I think that
anarchy. Let's go. Let Americans police themselves. We don't need no government telling us what to do with our words. We don't need no government telling us what we should do with our, if I want to drink a little bit and then drive home, then it. Let Americans police themselves. If someone catches someone drunk driving, then shoot them.
it's a positive thing.
Your thoughts?
Look, I am a strong defender of free speech, but you can't say I'm for free speech and then engage in intimidation. We saw this with Jeff Bezos and the Washington Post pulling punches. We saw it with the LA Times. Now we're seeing Facebook, which is a private entity, trying to...
Also, can you imagine for like a quarter of a second, all right? Can you imagine for a quarter of a second the world where Biden said, if you guys don't, like what would be an example of like something, if Biden threatened to throw to throw Zuckerberg in jail, to throw Elon in jail, unless they did something on social media that he wanted them to do. And then they did that. Do you think that people would be, sucking Biden's over this? Is this not like a major threat to freedom of speech? That like the president can just like threaten to throw you in jail on no like real charges, or like set your life up for like years and years of litigation with the government over nothing because he doesn't like the fact that your platform fact checks him? How is this not like major alarm bells going off in every conservative's head? They don't have any principles. They don't have any principles. Yeah, if Biden was like, if you don't remove every post saying that I'm old and have dementia, I'm going to throw you in jail for a long, long time. Oh my God, do I have to? No, I don't want, no, I was trying to say no, I hit B. Okay, well, I guess we're watching the tutorial. Let's
do things because Donald Trump's asking. And what is shameful about Meta, the bit that there should be bipartisan outrage, is they're doing nothing to protect the kids. They've been peddling with algorithms information that is causing young girls to have suicidal thoughts, eating disorders. Jonathan Haidt has a book, Anxious Generation, that exposes all of that. And Meta has been lobbying to block the Kids Online Safety Act, which passed the Senate 68 votes. And someone needs to ask Zuckerberg about that.
You know what? I wasn't planning on taking it there, but I think it is such an important point. This is actually a huge distraction from the thing that he's probably under the most pressure about. I don't know that anybody was saying there's not enough free speech on Facebook. First of all, I mean, not a lot of people, younger than the age of 35 are using Facebook anymore.
That's true.
Anyway, nobody wants Facebook to be this free speech panacea. I'm curious about where this is even coming from outside of pleasing a Trump-focused narrative that there is a speech problem on certain social media platforms.
I'll tell you where it's coming from the right, and that is that these fact checkers brought this on themselves. They beclowned themselves. They're not fact.
Oh no, they fact checked us too hard and they showed that we lie all the time. So they actually shot themselves in the because little did the fact checkers know, Americans don't care about the truth. They care about kicking out the immigrants. They care about, all this crazy other shit. They don't care about facts. So they kind of shot themselves in the by talking about facts too much. You're going to say that I was lying? Actually, you're a cuckold and Donald Trump has a bigger than you. Psst, what are you going to do about that, Meta? Absolutely nothing. You're going to bend the knee. Actually, you're going to bend both knees. Get down on both of them and start sucking Trump's cock, or you're going to jail. Or you're not streaming on Twitch, Sondsol? Because I kept on almost saying slurs because I hate these subhuman freaks on the right. I think that they all, I can't even say that on YouTube, but I'm like ultra triggered. And I'll show you why, Testicle Johnson, because you watch Wick. You know who this guy is. Average debate enjoyer, Tyler, that guy, woke scolded me from the center for making a post about partisanship. He keeps on scolding me. So I called him a... Actually, what was it exactly that I said? I said that he's a subhuman that gives infinite grace to the deranged ramblings of Trumpers and zero charity to anything anyone to the left of Trump says. This isn't condoning those jokes. It's pointing out the insane and obvious hypocrisy you're playing into right now. Something you take great pains to point out every time you woke scold me from the right is now suddenly against the rules. If we lived in a just society, people like you wouldn't be allowed to post comments like this without your handler's permission. Take a reset yourself, or better yet, unplug forever. And then he was like saying, yeah, reset needed, maybe also a nap. Normal people aren't this angry, hateful, and anti-human, man. If the election broke your brain this much, you are now making Trump look like a good person. I said, no, I specifically hate you. Sorry you can't read a goddamn word I said. Let me make this clear. You specifically are subhumanly ignorant, and that personality trait is irritating to me. You specifically woke scold every liberal take on the internet while giving infinite charity to conservatives, which is a personality trait that is irritating to me. I like some conservatives, I like some centrists, and I'm sure we could find an overwhelming amount of common ground if we ever talked one-on-one. Unfortunately, your Karen-esque crusade on Twitter while doing the, hey, I'm cool too, fellow kids, here's some weed suggestions, makes me so much more disgusted by you that conversation will almost certainly never happen in a constructive way. I want you to know that this vitriol is aimed specifically at you. So that's what I said to him. And now we're having a conversation. How's it going? Arcanix. I don't know. He's a Trump sucker? Yeah, but he would never say that because he's an aligned centrist. And he scolds me. He scolds me over shit like this, where I'm calling out something that is a blatant lie. And because I'm calling it out because it's a lie, well, most Americans don't feel like that. I don't give a what they feel. I don't give a what they feel. But this scolds me all the time, and I'm tired of it. And now I'm seeing other people scold and say, like, well, Americans just want to feel like they're able to say whatever they want. Okay, that's cool. Like, no one's banning you because you're conservative. They're banning you because you're saying that, and we'll get into this in this panel, okay? Yeah, this is why I had to stop streaming on Twitch, because this is now allowed on Meta, all right? This is now allowed on Meta. Immigrants are grubby, filthy pieces of shit. Gays are freaks. Look at that tranny beneath a photo of a 17-year-old girl. These things are now allowed explicitly. This is examples of newly permissible speech on Facebook and Instagram highlighted in training materials. These are things that are literally, they say, hey, these things specifically are okay. These things specifically are okay. But I have to pretend that the Democrats are the ones that are completely deranged. I have to pretend like maybe my feeling that like all the lies that keep on getting pushed to us constantly, I'm being gaslit and scolded into submission. I can't handle it, dude. But you have the right to say these things? I never said that you don't have a right to say these things. But I also have a right to say, hey, these things are and or crazy, okay? These things are crazy that we're like bending the knee to like the worst examples of humanity, right? Like Donald Trump is not a smart person, right? Like Donald Trump is an embarrassment. He is an embarrassment, right? It's like Salu from Romania. Hey, we have another one of our mods is a Romanian. Welcome. But like the problem is like Elon Musk is an embarrassing human being who has to lie about being good at video games so that more Redditors upvote him. Okay. Donald Trump is an embarrassing person who will like cave to the slightest amount of pressure from people that he wants to be friends with. Like it's crazy. Anyone that like will sit there and suck Trump long enough, he will do anything that they want, which is why the richest man in the world currently has an undue amount of influence over the strongest leader in the world. Correct. You can clap back at them too, but you can't impose your view of what should and shouldn't be said. Most politicians will do that though, not just Trump. No, Trump is very unique in how often he lies in the things that he lies about. I almost don't want to give you this, but I will say this. Yeah, a lot of politicians will either lie or greatly exaggerate what they're able to get done so that they can get elected. All right. But they're not going to lie about the tiny things that are jokes. But that's the thing, Jim Cast. Nobody, there is no consistent way to tell what is and isn't a joke from the guy. Is annexing Canada a joke, or is annexing Greenland or Panama Canal, are those jokes? Is the we're going to look into delisting a lot of vaccines because RFK is scared that they might cause autism? Is that one a joke? Which ones are the jokes and which ones aren't? Did you watch the Canadian talks? Wait, which ones? I don't know. Like, I did open up a link that said that the Canadians are talking about retaliating to our insane incoming president's tariff plans. Trump and Trudeau. Like, if you're talking about before he stepped down, then no, I didn't. I'm not as plugged in as I normally am for like a multitude of reasons, but partially just because like until Trump gets into office, well, actually, no, that's not even true. Trump is trying to affect everything before he gets into office. Like Canada said that they will cut energy to America. I hope they do. I hope that all of the negative things that everyone in the entire world is saying could happens. Because we're going to live in this clown world where who are so insecure that they have to lie about being good at video games are influencing policy in my country, all right, and are seen as like the biggest, baddest dudes in the entire world, the smartest people in the world, are embarrassments as human beings, all right? It's not even like I just dislike their policies. I do dislike their policies, but I also hate the fact that they're embarrassing. I've thought about this a lot recently. Like, I would be disappointed if a Republican won over a Democrat, generally speaking. But it wouldn't be the end of the world because I don't hate, it's not like it's my way or the highway. We're obviously in a democracy where things are going to have to be negotiated and shit like that. But that's not what everybody else wants. That's not what everybody else wants. Nobody wants democracy. They want Donald Trump to walk around and, get everything he wants or people until they do what he wants. They want a strongman leader, and it's terrifying. As someone who's a political science student and who has studied history, who has studied political systems, who has studied the rise and the fall of authoritarian regimes, it is terrifying to see how willing people are to march into that abyss. Trump said he would tariff them. Trudeau said he couldn't afford it and made a side comment that maybe if they can't afford it, they should just join or be annexed. I would say it easily a joke in couldn't what? But would say it was a joke in context. That's what you're saying, right? Or couldn't say it was a joke in context. I included, no, I'm sorry. Damn, I was about to be super aggro, and this is your first time in the chat, I think. I was about to be really aggressive and say something mean. But the Electoral College does not preclude us from being a democracy. We are a democracy, all right? I'm literally in college studying this stuff right now. My classes start on Monday, all right? I am studying political science. I know about political systems. We live in a democracy, all right? A republic is a form of democracy. It is a form of representative democracy. It is not a totally disconnected thing from democracy just because it has the word republic or representative in front of it. We are a federal constitutional republic. A republic, no, I'm not arguing with you about this because I know that I'm right. A republic is a form of a democracy. And the only reason that people are arguing against that, because again, remember, literally 10 years ago, Republicans were saying how great it was that we live in a democracy, okay? It's literally not. It's like saying a rectangle is a square. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. The only reason that people have started using that talking point that we don't live in a democracy is because they don't like the fact that Democrats have the words Democrat, democracy in their name, and Republicans have republic. So therefore, republic is what we live under because that's the good thing, because Republican is good and Democrat is bad and democracy is bad. Therefore, Republicanism is good. But it's it's a stupid argument to have because it doesn't matter whether we live in a democracy or a republic because they're literally forms of each other. I don't know. It's just stupid. Okay. It's stupid. Where is this moron talking from? I have a short stream and a widescreen. Also, by the way, hey guys, if you're watching on the short stream and you prefer watching on the long stream like this, see, it's the full screen. You can do that. But if you're watching on YouTube, wait, everyone's watching on YouTube because I'm not streaming to Twitch right now because I would get banned immediately. Please like the stream. It helps me out a whole bunch. Subscribe to the channel, etc., etc. Do I like Rawls? It's been a hot second since I've looked at anything philosophy-wise. I don't know a whole bunch about specific philosophers or anything like that. It doesn't matter because the more you say this, the closer we get to removing republic protection for the sake of democracy. I don't think that there's any threat of that at all. What threats to that are there? Are you talking about getting rid of the Electoral College? I am trying really hard because I'm something I've realized since moving away from Texas is I'm a lot quicker to anger especially like it has a combination to do with the fact that, moving to an entire different part of the country. I don't know anyone here. This is the only social outlet that I get, right? And the only social outlet that I get is, people like subhuman freak Tyler here, telling me that I'm too mean on the internet to people who are lying to them about shit. And I'm just becoming an angrier and more bitter person. And I need to find out the nice medium that I used to have where I wouldn't immediately shit down the throat of everyone that said shit that I disagree with. I need to calm down a little bit. Not too much, but just a little bit. Democrats wanted to up the number of Supreme Court members. Well, how does that stray away from Republicanism? It's literally in the Constitution that you can do that. And taking out the Electoral College. I'm like 50-50 on that. I've heard really good arguments that small states have way too much undue power. Even without the Senate, they still like have undue power. Oh, I'm sorry, not the Senate. Sorry. Excuse me. I misspoke. Ignore Senate. Even if we got rid of the Electoral College, because they have the Senate, they still have like this like amazing ability to have their voices heard. Why do they get to like have undue influence not only in the House but also in the presidency? Like I've heard really good arguments for that, but that's like not going to happen, That's literally the point of the Electoral College, to give minorities an undue minority states an undue power in the government. I just don't agree that that's how a good government is set up necessarily. So California can't tell Alabama to get rid of their guns, or California can't tell Michigan to give up their water. I mean, they can if the rest of the country votes on it still, depending on I guess it depends on it's too vague. It's two wolves and a lamb. But see, that's kind of like the attitude that like is so appalling to me, right? It's two wolves and a lamb deciding what's for dinner. You're automatically assuming that like Democrats are the wolves and they're trying to Republicans and small town people. Like I try to think about this too. Like I think about this while I'm driving home from work. Like Republicans have so effectively diminished all trust in the government over the past like 30, 40 years. I guess maybe when was 1980? Oh God, we're getting old, man. Like since the Reagan years, there's been such a push to say like big government bad, big government bad, big government bad, right? And if you're talking on a purely conceptual level and you're talking at the highest level, like, yeah, there's too much regulation. Like I can hear that, right? I can hear those points and I can agree to those points in some instances, but it's been distilled down and like marketed down to the lowest common denominator, to where it's just the government is bad and they are actively trying to you at every single our founding was big government bad? No, it was not. If our founding was big government is bad, then why the did we go from the Articles of Confederation to a federalized, centralized system? Our founders were smart. They weren't trying to everyone by making a centralized system. They were trying to make it a system that actually functioned. And we have a system that actually functions. And there might be things that might need some tweaking. And I am sorry, I just got a weird text from my mom. Okay, Acreal, go read the Declaration and Constitution if you can read cursive. Oh, I mean, like, you don't even need to do that. You can actually just like Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, and you can go to shopping and you can like get this books. Look, I think I bought, this might be the exact book. No, that's not the exact book that I got. I went to Philadelphia for like over New Year's. That's why I have a broken rib, because I decided to try skiing. Let me see if I can find the exact book that I bought. No, it's not in here. Well, this is a very long way of trying to get to. You don't have to read it in cursive. You can actually just like read the Constitution. You can actually just like look up the U.S. Constitution full text. You don't have to read it in, wait, how do I just go back to like regular Google? No, back on Google. There we go. Constitution Center. Look, you don't need to read cursive. You can just like read it. And I'm reading a book with annotations in here. If you're not reading the original text, you're trusting the person transcribing it. Yeah, in the same way that like I might need someone. I used to be a theater major, okay, when I was young and I thought that would be a good idea to waste money on in college, okay? You like if you're reading like Shakespeare, there's probably going to be some things in there that as a layperson you might not quite understand because they had different ways of talking back then, right? Like much ado about nothing or noting is how they would have said it back then. And it's a double entendre that we don't understand. So you might need an expert or someone who knows a little bit more about it than you to explain that much ado about noting is both much ado about nothing and much ado about noting, which is how they would say like checking someone out, right? Like it's a double entendre because it's a comedy, right? You can't just say because because you're reading the original document, you automatically have like some knowledge that someone who's reading an annotation doesn't get. Yeah, also the revolution was because they said they weren't represented in parliament. They said no taxation without representation. They just wanted representation. They didn't get that. Where are you reading chat from? I don't usually here. I guess I can for now. But I usually don't for the shorts chat. I don't put that on screen because the normal people that come in on the short stream say like a bunch of crazy shit, but we're not streaming on Twitch, so I guess it doesn't fucking matter. You don't have the possibility of mistranscription though if you read the original. Yeah, but you also have like a higher possibility of like. Here's the thing, like, this is the same, like, you don't trust anybody, right? Like, at what point do you put your trust in someone? I'm willing to put my trust in someone who's like an academic who understands the like a legal expert who understands what the Constitution is saying, right? Like, obviously, there's going to be some differences in opinions on what that means. But, like, in general, the Constitution itself, right? Outside of like when we get to the Bill of Rights, that's when things start getting really dicey on like interpretations for law and shit like that. But like the main text, I don't think that there's that much, unless you can remind me of something offhand. I can't think of something in the main text of the Constitution that people are like, yeah, no, that's not what the Constitution framers meant. Yeah, trust but verify. But like, you don't do the first part. You don't even trust. You're not even verifying after the fact. You just say like, oh, well, I'm going to do my own research, you know? Anyways, which one were we even watching? Oh, we were watching this. No, that's why I said the main text, not the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights, there's a lot more like legal argumentation over the like specific wording of literally everything in there. I'm talking about the main text of the Constitution. The Bill of Rights, believe it or not, all of those things are amendments added on immediately, right? So like they're not part of the main body of the Constitution. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to keep playing Pokemon. I need a 3 to 5 years after ratification. Yeah, exactly. Like they're not part of the main body. Oh, one sec.
Fact checkers, they're partisan sledgehammers, they're partisan assassins. They're not checking any facts.
Oh, that's why I got so triggered because they're complaining about fact checkers. Fact checkers. Like, I'm sorry, I'm tired of this postmodern ideal that the conservatives are bringing up nowadays. That like, well, the fact checkers here, that's their version of the truth, but like, that's not my version of the truth. That's where we're at right now with this postmodern-esque, ironically enough, that the conservatives are the ones doing that.
Speech problem on certain social media platforms.
I'll tell you where it's coming from the right, and that is that these fact checkers brought this on themselves. They beclown themselves. They're not fact checkers. They're partisan sledgehammers. They're partisan.
One thing that's so fun is like whenever you ask them to please, can you give me an example of like a fact check that was just like wholly, completely unfounded? Like, can you show me like all these fact checks that don't have sourcing, that like are just opinion pieces? Because whenever I fact check stuff, it usually has a like citation attached at the bottom of the article. Someone name my centrate for me. The UK doesn't even have free speech though. I mean, like they have less free speech than us, but let me be clear. I might be a political science student. I have not gotten to, because I've changed my major so many times, I haven't gotten to any of the higher level courses where we might be talking about some other countries' system. I don't know if I ever will take anything like that because I'm not sure if I'm interested in specializing in anything near that, but much more concerned about my own country than whatever the British are doing. All right. They eat jellied eel. I don't think that I need to take any, suggestions from them. Yeah, Jimcast, that's a bad example because we also have free speech zones. There are some areas in the United States where the government's like, hey, right here is not the place, or like this is not the time nor the place where you can do this, right? Like, what was his name? Witsit? He's like a flat earth debater on YouTube. You can't be, no, I mean, you can if you're making bomb threats, Jimcast. Don't speak in absolutes. But I'm talking about time and place and manner restrictions. That's different. I don't even know what the you guys are talking about because it sounds like that's what Acreal is talking about. Now, hold on. I'm moderating a discussion between two chatters right now instead of doing my own content. I'm gonna do my content, okay? Yeah, everyone like the stream. It helps me out a lot. It brings more people into the chat, et cetera, et cetera.
Assassins. They're not checking any facts. They exist. They exist not to check facts. They exist to try to screw.
Calls to action are a form of speech, dude. Yeah, defamation, you know. Child pornography is not freedom of speech. Like there's a lot of things that we have restrictions on freedom of speech in the United States. It's just those are things that you don't think about as being part of speech. But like there have been court cases around these things, right? Like you have like the whole fight around pornography being banned in some states is a First Amendment issue. Are videos speech? Pictures aren't speech? Yes, art is speech. Jimcast, I'm sorry, on this one, you literally are just wrong. This is why, like, the Charlie Hebdo pictures of Muhammad, and everyone was talking about how Islam doesn't accept freedom of speech around their religion. Why? Because they went and killed people for drawing pictures of Muhammad. Pictures are speech. Art is speech. That's why, like, art is usually whenever there's a case around trying to ban something like video games or trying to restrict something like video games, it's a First Amendment. It's a First Amendment thing. When we look at the TikTok ban, what is the argument going on in the Supreme Court, which they just upheld? It was a First Amendment case, right? Pictures, videos, art has specifically defined these as not speech, talking, threats, calls to action. No, they're speech. They're just restrictions on speech. Speech isn't the things that I like. Speech is a broad, I'm sorry, on this one, unless you can give me where the Supreme Court has said that these are not, forms of speech, I would, the difference would be like protected versus unprotected speech under the First Amendment, right? Listen, I'm just on the internet, but if you want, listen, so if you type in ! Discord and hit enter, it'll give you a link to my Discord, and then you can link me anything that, because unfortunately, YouTube just does not let me allow people to post links in chat. So if you want to send me something, you can either do it on Twitter or you can join the Discord and send me something there to prove me wrong. But as far as I know, art is considered a form of speech. And some people might try to make the argument that this is pornography of children. Sure, it's pornography of children, but it's, we have freedom of speech in America. No, you're a pedophile. Like that's not a protected form of speech because there's harm being done to people. Just because it is something that we find abhorrent doesn't mean it's not speech. It's just not protected speech, right? Yeah, go down to your local post office and start screaming and ranting and see if you don't get trespassed out. Yeah, it's the incitement with your speech. But you're using speech to do something. Okay, anyways, we're watching the video, okay? Fact checkers, blah, 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 blah.
Through Republicans. Let's be honest. That is what they have become, and Facebook had entered into this situation where these people were effectively making things up to try to tilt the narrative in this country on a lot of different issues. He was right to get out of this, and he is also right to follow the X model of community notes. You're going to get far better fact-checking, far better information by crowdsourcing this the way Elon Musk has done it. It's going to be a lot more fair. It's going to be a lot more fair than it has been because the fact checkers were ridiculous.
I don't have any problem actually with the fact. To be honest, I think it's fine to use community notes because frankly, some community notes.
Mr. Streamer, look up Dugan About Truth. It literally speaks to what you said about conservatives. It's 1 minute. On YouTube, Dugan About Truth. Which one is this? You said it's 1 minute long. Is it Antony Blinken confronts Alexander Dugin at Nexus conference? Or how about this? Just copy and paste the title of the video that you want me to watch. Giving you 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, I know he can't post links, but he can copy and paste the title of the video.
Utilize fact-checking resources, and it can be faster in some cases. The thing that I thought was amusing about this announcement was that he was like, you know what, we're going to move what's left of our trust and safety to Texas, where there are no concerns about bias, which makes no sense because Texas,
unless you're from Texas, and then you're like, damn right.
Sorry, I wasn't even listening because I was fighting this.
Because frankly, some community notes utilize fact-checking resources, and it can be faster in some cases. The thing that I thought was amusing about this announcement was that he was like, you know what, we're going to move what's left of our trust and safety to Texas, where there are no concerns about bias, which makes no sense because Texas,
unless you're from Texas, and then you're like, damn right, come to Texas.
I should have come to you on this one because you should.
The last state of freedom. Come on down.
No offense to Texas, I love me some Texas, but Texas is like any other place in this country. Why not say, hey, we're going to distribute this around the country, where we can say it's no one place is going to be the center of our workforce when it comes to arbitrating some of these disputes.
Look, I think this issue across platforms. Today it is Meta. I have a slightly different take on X. I think that people feel like X is very slanted towards the right since Elon Musk bought it in 2022. I'm not saying it always was, but I think that you can look and you can tell the algorithms and the ways that, when you go to, I don't even follow Elon Musk, I don't think, and I always see his tweets because he owns it, and so that's what he gets to do. And he owns a private company, and that's fine. That's what corporations can do. I think there's a bigger conversation that Congress actually is going to have to handle. And I actually think that there is bipartisan support. I forget the Democrats.
All right, hold on. We'll find this. Sun's tirade. Oh, here it is.
No such things. The fact, it's on always interpretation. There is no such things as a fact. Wittgenstein has proven that. There is no fact, there's only interpretation. You see because you interpret this or so. Our manner of thinking of any man, of any culture, of any civilization, it deals only with interpretation. You cannot see nothing without interpretation. What you see, it's interpretation.
I see you can argue that philosophically, but
it is not.
If somebody flies an
it's not practical because there are some things where you can make those sorts of argumentations, like it's your interpretation of the world around like what sense data that you have, blah 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 blah. I'm a philosophy major, blah 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 blah. But like for discrete events, you can figure out what is truth. You can see, hey, is there any interpretation of the world in which there were actually Haitians eating dogs and cats in Ohio? And the answer is no. There is no physical proof. There is no paper trail. There is only the statements of some people that walked it back because they had heard it from a friend, and then they posted it on Facebook, and then it blew the up. All right? Like, some things can be verified factually because we live in the real world. You can't just say, oh, well, it's just up for interpretation whether or not the Haitians were eating cats and dogs. There's no proof of it happening.
Airplane.
I don't need to.
We are, of course, just days away from the inauguration.
Shut up.
He owns a private company, and that's fine. That's what corporations can do. I think there's a bigger conversation that Congress actually is going to have to handle. And I actually think that there is bipartisan support. I forget the Democrat, but I know Josh Hawley is one of the folks who has been really interested in putting some regulatory provisions on social media platforms. I don't think Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk should be the arbiters of truth either, actually. But who is then? Maybe it is crowdsourced.
The American people.
Yes, but there also have to be leaders that are arbiters of truth as well. And so there has to be we don't want our politicians, we don't want our elected officials to be lying to the American people for political gain. I think if we can come back to some of those norms. But right now, I do think social media is out of control. And it is with AI, the bots are on both sides. Interference is coming from both sides. And I just think that we need to do some leveling of the playing ground. Or we do tread into this place where, because most of Americans are getting our news facts and opinions are going to become one and the same, and that is not a good thing for our country.
And Scott, look, you were very effective for Donald Trump in the months you were on. But I'll give you this. You aren't peddling conspiracy theories, right? You can make your point without engaging in or you're not demeaning people because of their race or their gender or being violent. And Tony, you don't do that in Congress. And what we need is more people within the bounds of public discourse and not have these things turn into just misinformation zones and zones of hate.
I don't disagree with you about the danger of outright misinformation.
Then why are you on Trump's side, you subhuman freak? I don't disagree that when people lie, that bad things can happen. Why are you working for the guy? Why are you working for the guy or running cover for the guy who lies constantly? It's literally just like lies. And even when it's proven to be a lie, he's like, yeah, but it still happened. Yeah, I might have lied then, but it's real. Like, this is where we're at, dude. But you don't even watch Trump? How do you know he lies? I do watch Trump, Jim Cass. What are you talking about? I'm a political who spends his life watching shit happen. 1 second. Do you watch the Raw? Yes, I watched the entire, like, that press conference that he gave the other day where he was talking about invading Greenland, possibly. I watched that entire thing without anyone's commentary over it. I watched the entire thing live. I watch his speeches. I listen to what the president of the United States says, and I'm appalled. I think for myself, believe it or not, just because I disagree with you doesn't mean that I'm just listening to people who are evil and want to destroy the country. Maybe I also just like listen to Trump and also believe that he lies about so much verifiable shit for no reason. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. He doesn't lie as much as you make it out to be. He does. First off, he does lie as much as I'm making it out to be. And it's constant. It's literally constant. And he acts like a crybaby whenever someone tries to press him on shit. He cries like a when people are like, hey, you said this thing, but it doesn't seem to be true. He's like, actually, this has been a very mean conversation. You've been very combative, but I'll still do it anyway because I like to tell the American people, what I want to do. But you've been very rude this entire conversation. When they're like sitting there, the entire conversation, the second that they push back on him at all, maybe that's just what he believes as you do, they point out something that he blatantly lied about, and he just says, no, that's not a lie. It's not a lie. Fake news, what you're saying. Fake news. Acreal. Well, I have to walk out of the room. Can you find that Rebel Mango is kind of referencing it here? That debate, like post-debate versus Biden, where it lays out the lies that Biden told and the lies that Trump told? Yeah, look at the lies about the 2020 election. Literally every single thing that he said post-election day was a lie. All of the shit that he said about mail-in voting was a lie leading up to the election, and then he lied about it more after the election. He lied about literally everything to do with the 2020 election. He still says that it was stolen, and then he said that there was voter fraud in this election, and they were trying to steal it from him this time, but this time it was too big to rig. Jesus. Okay, 1 second. We have a sick cat, and I have to go check on her. Make sure she's not pissing more blood. Cat's still breathing, still pissing blood, but still breathing. Okay. Why don't they do these analyses on as much on other politicians as they do on Trump? Let me ask you this. If they did, and they showed through the same exact model that they used to analyze Trump's tweets and everything like that, that they lie significantly less and about significantly like less important shit, would you accept their findings? Because my experience with people that are Trump supporters is no. It doesn't matter what proof we bring to them. That's the thing that's so absurd to me. And that's why I'm so angry. All right. That's why I'm so angry at my country. All right. Is that it doesn't matter what evidence that I show. I've had debates. And I mean, like, if you want to come on stream right now, like you can jump into a voice call with me. I'm not so triggered that I'm going to start screaming or anything. But like, it doesn't matter what evidence I show or like proof that I post or, you know, argumentation logically that we go down. It doesn't matter. There's just like this axiomatic belief that Donald Trump is good Democrats are bad. If a Democrat criticizes Trump, that's bad and obviously wrong. Like, they would find the same amount. Unfortunately, I would put a bet because listen, I'm poor, all right? I would bet every single cent in my bank account. I would love to double my money. Unfortunately, there's nothing that we can do to actually prove, all right? But I would bet literally every cent in my bank account to double my money that they wouldn't be able to find the same amount of lies as Donald Trump spreads. That's because you trust based on authority? No, Jimcast, I know this is your first time here. I used to be a full-time streamer. This used to be like my full-time job. The reason arguably one of the biggest reasons why I lost like the platform that I had is because I was railing so hard against left-leaning people lying about shit all the time too. All right. I've called out both sides for lying. You don't know who you're talking to on this one. All right. I will call out left-leaning people for lying. All the institutions are leftist. Why are all the even when Donald Trump is in power, even when he was in power from 2016 to 2020, all the institutions were against him. He had the control. All of the people involved were people that he put in, but we can find a million excuses. There's a million excuses for all of his things. There's no accountability, dude. Like me, like one of my most conservative opinions is like, if you up, you need to take accountability. If you're poor and you don't have enough money to make your rent, then sorry, you don't get to just like cry and ask for handouts. You guess what? You got to go find a better job. All right. If you up and you do something in your relationship and they break up with you, you don't get to cry about how mean women are and their standards are too high. Oh, guess what? You up and you lost your relationship. Bad on you. You have to take accountability for that. It's something that you did, like that's the problem. Like I want people to like be held accountable, but like there's no accountability for Trump on literally anything. It's either a joke, not that big a deal, or just like people are lying about him lying. No. Wait, what do you mean? Where did you get the information? From a plethora of sources? I don't know. Who lied more during their first 100 days? Is Forbes? Oh no, did I just kill my game? Oh no. I thought that this controller was like a little bit wobbly on that connection. Me. Let me see if I can use another controller. That's so irritating. I need to relax. I'm not that bent out of shape about it. I just have to like recatch like 3 Pokemon. It's a little irritating. Not a big deal. I'm stupid as Maybe this one's like more secure with that connection. Maybe. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep on going over the video. Like I can't. There's a mismatch of. Wait, hold on. I didn't see the game in there. Why? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna like engage in this conversation like as much as I have been, just because like I need to go into and finish a video. But like if you want to jump into the Discord, I'll drop everything. I'll talk to you on Discord, but like the delay between what you say and what I say, and then you're responding to other people, and I don't know if you're talking to me. Yeah, well, tell me if you want to jump in Discord. Otherwise, I'm just gonna watch the video for right now, and then after that, we'll talk. Come on, game, please work. Why is it not registering my game? Me, Jimcast, you realize that what we're doing right now is we're watching a video about. We're talking about how Meta is bending the knee to Trump because he threatened to throw Zuckerberg in jail, right? Is this game going to recognize that I have a game in here now? Please? What controller do you want me to use? Me. Use the original controller, I guess, and we'll just be like extra careful with it. Can't set it down for a second.
Or even hate. I am concerned about who and what kind of people get to set those boundaries. And what conservatives have become concerned about over the years is that full institutional control of information distribution hubs seems to have been on the left. And now the liberals are howling about what Zuckerberg has done today because, there's been a bit of a bounce back or a pullback from the left having full control of the boundaries of the discourse. I'm in agreement with you that misinformation and blatant disinformation is bad. But you have to admit, some of the things that we were told was mis and disinformation over the years turned out not to be, and you got in big trouble if you decided to go outside those boundaries when the institutional elites were telling you to stop, or worse to you.
Let me give Meta some credit here.
Here's what I want. Can I get like an example? Can I get an example of like the fact checkers just lying, getting people in trouble for lying about, for telling the truth about something that the fact checkers said was false, and people are like having their lives ruined over these things, like, and because like all of the things that happened under the Trump administration seem to be the Democrats' fault, right? All the things that happened while Trump was president, it's all Democrats' fault. I didn't even plug in the controller because I'm like the Twitter files, guess what president that happened under, right? Like all of those requests came from Trump's government, you know? What the happened to my expansion pack, dude? What the Please save at a Pokemon Center? Why? Can I not play the game unless I save at a Pokemon Center? Do I have to pinch this in all the way in order for it to work? Are you serious? Am I about to hold up? See, now what I'm triggered at is the controller. I'm about to tape this all the way up. Is this what I need to do? Just to have a functional game? I just realized I do have a plan B. I have the Game Boy player on the Super Nintendo. Okay, let's see if this works though. Okay, sent DM of an Always Sunny meme. Let's see.
I'm finished, guys. I'm finished. Now this is all about making myself credible in your eyes again, and I'm gonna do that by admitting that evolution is a lie! God damn you, Mac! Yes, please do, Mac.
I can't watch. It's gonna get me. It's gonna get the stream taken down on YouTube. But yeah, I know.
You know, I love my family. Rock, flag, and eagle, right, Charlie? He's got a point. No, he doesn't. What? See, Charlie? These liberals are trying to assassinate my character. I can't change their mind. I won't change my mind, because I don't have to. Because I'm an American. I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Mac, look, you're wasting our time. You're not going to get us to not believe in evolution.
And why is that?
Because the smartest scientists in the entire world all agree that it's real.
I'm glad you brought that up. Because, Mr. Reynolds, science is a liar sometimes.
Oh, boy.
Okay. This is Aristotle, thought to be the smartest man on the planet. He believed that the Earth was the center of the universe, and everybody believed him because he was so smart. Until another smartest guy came around, Galileo, and he disproved that theory, making Aristotle and everybody else on Earth look like a...
Okay, copyright issues. Let's keep going.
They publish the changes to their policies online. You can see what has changed. One of the things that's changed is now struck from the Meta policy is that dehumanizing speech, including calling people certain objects, including women as a household object or property, or objects in general, Black people as farm equipment, transgender or non-binary people as it, that has been taken.
Guys, we finally saved America, guys. We finally saved America. How did we do it? We got the ability to call women dishwashers again, dude. We got the ability to call women dishwashers again. And Black people cotton pickers. Now America is saved because Mark Zuckerberg has explicitly, and this is what's so funny, okay? We have examples of newly permissible speech on Facebook and Instagram highlighted in training materials. These are things that they say explicitly are okay to say now, okay? Immigrants are grubby, filthy pieces of shit. Gays are freaks. And look at that tranny beneath a photo of a 17-year-old girl. These are now beneath a photo of a 17-year-old girl. These are now acceptable. This is what the free speech that we wanted, all right? This is what is going to save America, all right? We have finally put our fingers on the pulse here at Meta. We have put our fingers on the pulse of the average American who just wants to say that gays are freaks. They really listen, where America is right now, our finger is on the pulse. We want to make sure that women get called dishwashers. And now we're there and America is saved. This is the battle that we should have been fighting all along, liberals. And the fact that we haven't been fighting this fight just shows how out of touch we are with America.
Out of the policy. So that is now allowed, I guess, to describe women as household objects and Black people as farm objects. Well, what's the point of this?
The fact that let's look at how this was announced today. This was announced on Fox and Friends. It was announced following a kind of month-and-a-half long campaign by Meta, by Mark Zuckerberg, to curry favor with Donald Trump. He went to Mar-a-Lago. He donated to
oh my God, we're so far back.
The Trump inaugural. And Mark Zuckerberg has hired Republican political advisors. They elevated a Republican political advisor to be in charge of their political office.
Guess it broke.
Put a Trump confidant on his board.
Correct, just the other day, Dana White. So the fact is this policy is aimed at one person. It is aimed at the President of the United States who's coming in. And look, this Facebook and Meta and Mark Zuckerberg are probably being more overt than any other company right now in trying to curry favor with the next president. But the policy platform that they're pushing and all the policies you laid out, Abby, are primarily, is it really a considered change because they believe X, Y, or Z? Or is this just kind of much more tactical? Much more of a strategic move that they want to have, not be broken up.
Hit us over the head with a 2x4 about.
It is not subtle.
It's not PC.
You said it's aimed at one person, but isn't it aimed at half the country? I mean, they're a business. Sure. They have a market. They have to. But the aim is to try to get as many people. Any company trying to get people to use their product. And I'm just telling you, on the right, some of these technology products have.
I think they're
not.
All right, we'll watch one more thing while I set up the Super Nintendo really quick. Let's watch this one.
4 years ago today, Mark Zuckerberg announced Facebook and Instagram would indefinitely block then President Trump's accounts in the wake of the January 6 attacks. The CEO wrote on his own Facebook page, quote, "We believe the risks of allowing the president to continue to use our service during this period are simply too great." So that was exactly 4 years ago. Last year, the accounts were reinstated. Today, Zuckerberg announced the rebranded Meta, which includes Facebook and Instagram, will now end its fact-checking program. User-generated community notes, which now police misinformation, much as they do on X, formerly known as Twitter. So today, in response to a question from CNN's Steve Contorno, Trump said this about the announcement.
Well, I watched their news conference, and I thought it was a very good news conference. I think they've come a long way. Meta, Facebook, I think they've come a long way. I watched it. The man was very impressive.
Do you think he's directly responding to the threats that you have made to him in the past?
Probably, yeah, probably.
What were those threats, by the way? I want to know if Jimcast, all right, Jimcast, do you know what threats Trump made to Zuckerberg? And also, can someone find the Truth Social post that he made? That he's saying that, yeah, my threats towards this individual did change his entire, stance on freedom of speech? God, I can't see shit down here. I'll keep it playing for a second. One sec. Still setting up the Super Nintendo.
Donny O'Sullivan has more on the new policy.
I've seen some of the stories that you're talking about around this election.
Mark Zuckerberg just days after the 2016 election.
The idea that fake news on Facebook, of which it's a very small amount of the content, influence the election in any way, I think is a pretty crazy idea.
But 12 months later, as the full scope of the role of misinformation and Russian trolls became more clear, Zuckerberg apologized, saying his comments were dismissive and that he regretted them.
What's clear is that in 2016, we were not as on top of a number of issues as we should have, whether it was Russian interference or fake news.
By the time the 2018 midterms came around, Facebook was showing off its so-called election war room.
It's really the culmination of 2 years of massive investments that we've made.
The company also launched a global fact-checking program.
No one tells us that they want to see misinformation. But that's why we work with independent fact-checkers to stop hoaxes that are going viral from spreading.
The fact-checkers, I don't trust them.
But soon many conservatives and Trump supporters specifically took issue with fact-check labels appearing over their Facebook posts.
Anything I put on there about our president is generally only on for a few minutes, and then all of a sudden they're fact-checking me saying this, that, and the other thing, which I know is not true. Their fact-checkers wrong.
But Zuckerberg made one group exempt from being fact-checked on his platforms, politicians.
So you won't take down lies, or you will take down lies? I think it's just a pretty simple yes or no.
Congresswoman,
I'm not talking about spin. I'm talking about actual
yes, in most cases,
disinformation.
in a democracy,
I believe that people should be able to see for themselves what politicians that they may or may not vote for
So
are
you
saying,
won't take
judge
them
their
down.
character for themselves.
In 2024, as candidate Trump gained in the polls, he had this to say about Zuckerberg in a book published 2 months before the election. If he does anything illegal this time, he will spend the rest of his life in prison. After Trump won the election, Zuckerberg met with him at Mar-a-Lago in late November. Then on Tuesday morning,
hey everyone.
Zuckerberg announced he was shutting down Meta's fact-checking program in the US.
After Trump first got elected in 2016, the legacy media wrote nonstop about how misinformation was a threat to democracy. We tried in good faith to address those concerns without becoming the arbiters of truth. But the fact-checkers have just been too politically biased and have destroyed more trust than they've created, especially in the US.
Too politically biased. That was a very disappointing thing to hear.
Alan Duke, a former CNN journalist, runs a fact-checking organization hired by Facebook.
If in the 6 years that we were fact-checking for Meta, we had been politically biased at all, they never said anything. We never heard one example of where that had happened.
Were you surprised by Mark Zuckerberg's decision to shut down the fact-checking program?
I was and I wasn't. There's been a lot of political pressure on journalists generally and fact-checkers specifically from the Trump administration and its supporters. I'm surprised that the tech platforms in general are being so accommodating to the government.
And Anderson, look, I mean, it is pretty clear that Meta and Zuckerberg are trying to placate Trump here in many ways with a lot of the moves they've made over the past few weeks. But if you really track what Zuckerberg was saying over the years through 2016, 2020, you could tell his heart was never in this. He never really wanted to have Facebook in this position where they were applying these fact-check labels. So although this is a huge change, a seismic change for the rules on the platform, and remember, billions of people use this platform around the world, millions here in the United States, for Zuckerberg himself, I mean, I do think this is going back to the roots of how he sees this platform, which is a bit hands-off.
Yeah, well, there's also an economic incentive, which we're going to talk about right now. Donnie O'Sullivan, thank you. Perspective from Scott Galloway, professor of marketing at NYU Stern School of Business. He's also host of the Prof G Markets podcast and co-host of Pivot with Kara Swisher. Scott, what's your reaction to this decision by Meta, especially the timing, the political backdrop, obviously?
Well, the timing's pretty obvious. This was, I mean, essentially, Mark Zuckerberg's one of the most brilliant businessmen in history, and we should stop using the term stakeholder value. It's all about shareholder value, and this will reduce their safety and content moderation budget, which was $5 billion in 2022. So if they can cut that in half without the need to moderate content and reduce their safety and security team, at a P of 30, you're looking at a $75 billion increase in market cap. This is $10 billion.
Take the real estate case. No one has complained. The feds didn't want to take the case because there wasn't one. Well, there wasn't a federal case. Sorry, that's all I. Yeah, like the reason the feds didn't take that case is because there wasn't a federal case. There was a state case, but like the feds can't just like start a lawsuit based off of state laws. It crosses state lines. I didn't pay as much attention to that one as the other ones, but I'm pretty sure this was just real estate that was in New York State, right? Here's like the only question that we should be asking this dude is, if we can't trust fact checkers and we can't trust any media, who can we trust? Can we trust fucking Joe Rogan or some shit like that? Or do we just have to take what Trump says at face value? Why is it always trust but verify when it comes to, the government or Democrats, but not when it comes to Trump? He lives in Florida and did it in New York. I thought that at the time that he was doing these things, this was over his stuff. Wait, doesn't he live in New York and in Florida? Has always been in Florida? I don't know. And I don't care about this part of the conversation. I don't even know what the you guys are arguing about.
In Zuckerberg's pocket, the more meta effect, if you will, is it'll weaken democracies. One of the keys or the three pillars of really strong democracies are trust in our institutions, shared values or shared stories, and social networks that have a lot of trust. And this will weaken all three because the level of misinformation is about to skyrocket across the mediums where between 1/2 and 2/3 of Americans get their news.
I just want to play what President-elect Trump said today at Mar-a-Lago when asked by CNN's Steve Contorno about the Meta decision.
I watched their news conference, and I thought it was a very good news conference. I think they've come a long way. Meta, Facebook, I think they've come a long way. I watched it. The man was very impressive.
Steve also asked him if Meta's decision to get rid of fact checkers was in direct response to threats he's made to Mark Zuckerberg in the past, and Trump said, yeah, probably. I mean, the extent to which a lot of these tech billionaires are kind of following or trying to play catch up, I guess, with Elon Musk and making inroads with the new administration.
The best investment, the best trade of 2024 was Elon Musk put $250 million into the Trump campaign. And since then, the value of his companies and his stake in those companies is up by about $140 billion. So that's about a 5,600% return. And that's not any change in in Tesla, in the output or anything. Nothing to do with the company.
Right.
Nothing to do with their operating margins, their innovation, their sales. It's based on a general assumption that America has become a full kleptocracy like Russia, that the largest, deepest pocketed customer in the history of our modern economy, the US government, will effectively is now pay to play and will shuffle contracts, monies, and impose regulatory punishment on the competitors to the companies who do not invest in the Republican Party or in his inaugural campaign, as evidenced by the fact that very few of these tech executives invested in the inaugural campaign fund for Biden, and they are all doing it for Trump. We have gone full kleptocrat. And if you don't think this hurts everyone, this raises prices, and for the little guy or the companies that don't want to engage in this type of pay for play, it hurts them. This will increase prices and weaken our democracy. This is absolutely no different than how Putin became the wealthiest man in the world.
Do you think this is a long-term change in the political direction of these tech companies, or would they shift course when the president-elect leaves office?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's two things going on here. This is good for shareholder value for Meta to not have to live up to the standards of traditional media companies. News Corp decided to circulate misinformation around Dominion voting machines, despite the fact they knew that was false information. They were sued because it resulted in economic harm against Dominion, and they were punished to the tune of about $750 million. What happened at News Corp on Fox was a dumpster fire compared to the nuclear mushroom cloud of what took place on Meta, yet Meta is immune. So what you have is these companies that are circulating or kind of a misinformation lollapalooza, quite frankly, are just running away with it in terms of profitability, in terms of shareholder value. So they're totally driven by shareholder value. They're doing their job. We're not doing our job in terms of electing representatives who have the backbone to stand up to attempts to weaponize the government and still believe in a democratic America where there's competition, where misinformation, where a lack of truth, a lack of trust in our institutions remain pillars of our society. That seems to be eroding, but they will go where the puck goes, and that is whatever increases the value of their shares.
Scott Galloway, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out why this game is like, it doesn't look like it's happening on the capture, but for some reason, my screen is vibrating. And I cannot figure out why. I'm just losing my mind. Capture, troubleshooting. Is there nothing that says anything about it vibrating? Jesus Christ. How is chat doing, by the way? Sorry, I'm autistically focusing on this right here, but I shouldn't be. How's chat feeling right now? No more video games for you, back to work. Let me look at this real quick. Let me see if I can find something here. Elgato, game capture, HD, Super Nintendo, screen vibrating. I fixed the issue with the screen shaking. How do you do that? Oh, I have to buy something. That's gay. Just watch on OBS. Well, there's like a 3-second delay. Like when I press B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? I press B. In 3, 2, 1, and now it's gone, and now it shows, right? Okay, we'll just keep on going. It doesn't matter. I'll deal with it. All right, we're done with those. We're done with this. Let's talk about Canada.
And allies and adversaries alike are feeling the weight of Trump's aggressive global pressure campaign. Trump has repeatedly vowed to impose 25% tariffs on Canada, a U.S. ally and neighbor, on his first day in office, claiming he would use, quote, economic force even to annex Canada, doubling down on his vow to make it the 51st state. I can tell you that's not going to happen. Following Prime Minister Trudeau's resignation, our neighbor to the north faces a critical political transition of its own, with the Liberal Party leadership vote to come on March 9th, and with that uncertainty about the country's economic path forward in the face of those Trump tariff threats. Canada's Foreign Minister, Melanie Joly, is in Washington now to meet with key policymakers, and she joins me now. Thanks so much, Foreign Minister, for taking the time.
It's a pleasure to see you again and to be here with you.
So you're here in Washington to meet with lawmakers, including Republicans, to talk about this tariff threat. My first question is this.
Imagine bullying your allies. Well, don't you know that if they don't literally like bend over, spread their ass cheeks and let Trump them live on TV, they're not an ally of the United States, Testicle Johnson?
Yep.
Because sometimes people say, well, Trump, that's bluster. It's a extreme negotiating position. Then he moves towards the middle. Do you believe these threats are legitimate?
Well, I think they're not legitimate, but I think we have to take them seriously. Canada's the best friend to the United States. We're the biggest trading partner. We're a really good ally, and we want to engage. We want this to be a win-win. And we know that the Trump administration wants to make sure that America, Canada, and the US together are this energy superpower, and we can be that together. But at the same time, we need to make sure that things are straight, that we know exactly what to expect. President Trump, in his tweet back in December, said that he had concern about the northern border. And you know what? We've taken seriously what he said, and we think it's a win-win. We think we need to secure a border. Americans, and you guys have a fentanyl crisis, we do too, and we need to save lives together. So we came up with this really strong border plan, Jim. $1 billion worth of support, and it means more boots on the ground. It means also more drones, Black Hawk helicopter, technology, cameras. We need to make sure ultimately that the border is secure.
Okay.
And we've done that. Tom Homan, the new border czar, even said publicly in different interviews that he thought that that was a good border plan. And so based on that, we believe that there should not be any tariffs.
Okay, so potential progress on the border issue. On the tariff issue, I noted Prime Minister Trudeau's
Really quick, I want to just like focus on this specifically. One second.
Canada's Foreign Minister, Melanie Joly, is in Washington now to meet with key policymakers.
I want to make sure I'm
and she
hearing
joins
it right.
me now. Thanks so much.
Thank you, It's a pleasure to see you again and to be here with you.
So you're here in Washington to meet with lawmakers, including Republicans, to talk about this tariff threat. My first question is this, because sometimes people say, well, Trump, that's bluster. It's a extreme negotiating position, then he moves towards the middle. Do you believe these threats are legitimate?
Well, I think they're not legitimate, but I think we have to take them seriously. Canada's the best friend to the United States. We're the biggest trading partner. We're a really good ally, and we want to engage. We want this to be a win-win. And we know that the Trump administration wants to make sure that America, Canada, and the US together are this energy superpower, and we can be that together. But at the same time, we need to make sure that things are straight, that we know exactly what to expect. President Trump, in his tweet back in December, said that he had concern about the northern border. And you know what? We've taken seriously what he said, and we think it's a win-win. We think we need to secure a border. Americans, you guys have a fentanyl.
Can someone tell me, like, what is the illegal border crossings by your northern border? Like, how much of a problem is this? So we're seeing like 100,000 people per month, 200,000 people per month, some shit like that from the Southwest. What about the northern? 15,000 encounters at the northern border. And how many people make it through? Is there any way for me to see through this? I don't know what any of these. Oh, can I just see all? It's increased a lot, but it's negligible. How many people are crossing? I just don't understand why this is a issue at all. I have never heard of like illegal border crossings at the northern border being a problem whatsoever. Literally ever. Like, I've never heard anybody say this until Trump did.
Crisis, we do too, and we need to save lives together. So we came up with this really strong border plan, Jim. $1 billion worth of support, and it means more boots on the ground. It means also more drones, Black Hawk helicopters, technology, cameras. We need to make sure ultimately that the border is secure. Okay. And we've done that. Tom Homan, the new border czar, even said publicly in different interviews that he thought that that was a good border plan. And so based on that, we believe that there should not be any tariffs.
Okay, so potential progress on the border issue. On the tariff issue, I noted Prime Minister Trudeau's comments yesterday regarding the threat of retaliation. And he said, they will respond purposefully, forcefully, and resolutely. Canada would. What kind of retaliation are we talking about?
Well, first, we don't want tariffs. We don't want any trade war. We're seeking peace. We're pleading for peace because I think that we need to be stronger together to deal with the threat coming from other adversaries.
We're going our own way,
and
baby.
We need to,
get on the
sure
Trump
that
train or
if
get the f
America
out.
wants to go toe to toe with China, we can be a very strong ally. So let's not.
We can be a very strong ally. I'm sorry, you're a woman and you shouldn't even be part of these negotiations, first off. Second off, if you guys want to be on the correct side here and you guys want protection from China on your own, you guys can fight them on your own because we're not going to come to your help unless you can help us keep all the browns out of our country. I swear to God, if I see one goddamn taco eating Mexican come over the northern border, we're going to shoot 15 nukes as an opening salvo. All right, you guys, you're going to threaten us with taking away our oil from you guys? That's our oil. All right, there's going to be at least one nuke per day that you guys don't send us the oil. Do you think that we're playing? We have Trump in office. Anything can happen.
Distract ourselves by, ultimately fighting ourselves.
Canada's a Pacific nation as well, of course.
We are a Pacific nation. We're part of NATO. Anyways, we have so many things in common. We're the best neighbor you can ever have. Now, at the same time, if Trump is going ahead with tariffs, he's starting a trade war. And of course we will retaliate. And you know what will happen for all those watching us right now? This will be a Trump tariff tax on Americans because this will have an impact on jobs in many, many states. 35 states have Canada as the main export market. And at the same time, we know that we can do a lot to make sure that ultimately at the grocery store, at the pump, when it comes to heating costs, we can
obviously it's a joke.
To make sure that things are not as costly. But if we have 25% tariffs against us, of course we will retaliate. And of course that will translate into a tax on Americans.
Can you describe in any greater detail exactly how Canada would retaliate?
Listen, we still want to make sure that we get to a deal without any tariffs. We think we can get there. We have the USMCA, which was, according to President Trump himself, the best deal ever signed by the American administration. We believe it was a win.
Yeah, but now I know that we agreed to that together, and it was Donald Trump that said that, okay? But here's the thing. Now we want more. So you don't really get much of a say. We want more, and you'll either fall in line or we're going to ruin our relationship with you permanently.
Win. We believe that we're able to create jobs.
And never mind, I'm not going to say that.
Together. And we know that we have to continue to fight inflation. At the same time, we will continue to make sure that we fight back if there's a threat, and everything is on the table.
Incoming President Trump will often talk about the trade deficit that the U.S. has with Canada. A big portion of that is the U.S. buys a lot of oil from Canada, and you will hear from Canadian officials that they say Canada actually sells oil to the U.S. at a discount. We heard that from former Prime Minister Stephen Harper recently. Can you explain how exactly?
Well, because we know that a lot of the refineries in Texas depend on Canadian oil. If it's not Canadian oil, it's Venezuela. So if it's not Canadian potash, it is actually from Russia. If it's not our uranium for our nuclear, for your nuclear, centers and that are providing home heating, it's Russia. So we can make sure that ultimately we do more together. That's why I was referring to an energy powerhouse. But if there is indeed a $40 billion more of a trade surplus, it's because Americans are buying much more of our energy. And indeed, we're selling it at a discount. If you get rid of energy, if you look at only goods, actually the Americans, so the US has a trade surplus of $50 billion with Canada. So I really think that when we don't want a trade war, it's a lose-lose situation. Jobs would be lost in America. It would be costing more, like I was saying, at the pump to Americans. And at a time where ultimately what Trump has been saying, what President-elect Trump has been saying, is he wants to make sure that lives are more affordable here in your wonderful country. And we can help you to do that.
Listen, he ran on inflation effectively. I want to ask you, before we go, about Trump's repeated idea, proposal, if you want to call it that Canada become the 51st state. Now, I know that's not going to happen. I've lived in Canada myself, and I know that polls show that the vast majority of Canadians have no interest in that. But let me ask you, as a native Canadian and the foreign minister representing the country, what's your response to that offer from the incoming U.S. president?
We can be the best ally. We will never become a state, and we will never be a colony.
That's a straightforward answer.
Indeed.
Prime Minister Joly, well, Foreign Minister Joly. Oh, I do want to ask you before we go, because you were for a time considered a possibility to take over the leadership of the Liberal Party, which would have put you on the path to being Prime Minister. You took your name out of the running. Can you tell us why?
Well, I think that right now Canadians are facing an existential threat. You know, when it comes to tariffs from President-elect Biden, President-elect Trump. Sorry. I had to ask myself two questions. The first one, can I be the first woman leading the Liberal Party of Canada and therefore become Prime Minister? I said yes. But can I leave my responsibilities of being the Foreign Minister at a crucial time in our relationship between the US and Canada? No. And I can't do both. So I decided to choose my country first, and that's exactly why I'm in Washington, and I'm talking to you, and I'm talking to Americans watching us.
Well, I imagine you'll be quite busy. Foreign Minister Joly, thanks so very much for joining us. I understand it on your birthday as well.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Jesus Christ. You know, I kind of want to see, I almost at this point just want to see Trump do everything that the conservatives want him to do, just to see what happens, right? Like, I want to see what happens when Canada starts charging us full price for oil. I want to see what happens when they start slapping tariffs on us. And I want to see who they blame, right? They're telling us exactly why they're adding these tariffs. They're telling us exactly what's going to happen when these tariffs go into effect. Everyone's saying this is what's going to happen. Trump's tariffs plan is a really bad idea. It's going to hurt American people. I want to see what happens. I want to see how they twist and turn and finagle themselves in order to say that it was actually the Democrats' fault that all of these economic woes are happening. You know, that's where I'm at right now. Like, we just had like how long was that Gymcast person arguing in chat for? Like an hour or more? How long until we start seeing people like that trying to defend the economy getting worse under Trump because he's getting everything that he wants? Like, obviously, in my heart of hearts, I don't want that to happen. I don't want to see people suffer and get poorer. I mean, I'm poor. I don't want to struggle more than I already am because, but the idea that we can just blame all of the world's problems on Democrats when we can look pretty directly. We can look pretty directly and see man, Trump is being really aggressive towards people that want to be our friend. They're saying, yes, we want to be your friend. We are giving you a good deal on this energy. But if you're going to with us, we're going to have to with you back. What happens what happens after they do that and we're hurt for it with immediate effects visible, right? Tariffs will be pretty immediate, I'm pretty sure, in how it's going to affect prices. How long will it take for them to find a way to blame the Democrats for this? It's just insane. Let's see what else is going on elsewhere. Oh, what's Rezzy doing?
I can kind of see I don't want to sell those. I want these. I can kind of see the whole he's Licari's just kind of jumping on this to, get a little bit of points and shit. You know what I mean? I can kind of see that. So, but
be in good faith and cordial.
Because I hate to say it. Does
is he
seem
playing this or is he
chill bands? I think it's not.
Why is he playing
crazy.
WoW?
It's not that weird. It's just lame. Who cares? Source of shit. Did I get enough silver to buy? Oh my god.
Why the f are you playing
this one? But as,
WoW?
Time has progressed and more stuff has happened, and I've thought about it more.
Interacting with Destiny is just a good decision if you're not.
Have you ever played for a couple of months for him?
I don't know if
Cringe.
that's true. Because I think
I can't stand
like aspects of your life to be just a level of logging that probably.
I can't stand WoW. I've tried to play it like 5 times. I've tried to pick it up like 5 times, and every time I get to like level 40 and I'm like, I'm bored. I'm playing on private servers. I'm sure that if I had like a group of people where there was like defined things that we were all going to like sit down and do it all at the same time, that it might be fun, but like, I don't know. I think I would only do it for stream. I think. I can't think of anything else. Any other reason. Oh yeah. What, can someone explain to me what is going on with Lonerbox? Is there like a video that he put out? Everyone's saying that he's quitting Lonerbox, taking a break from political content. I saw a clip of him saying that he was just like taking a break like indefinitely. Is that true or no? Does anyone have a link to like the bit where he was talking about that? Because I'd be interested to see that. That's sad because I think that of all the people in this space, you know, I would say probably Lonerbox probably has the highest level of integrity. You know, like Lonerbox does feel like the kind of guy that actually says what he means. He doesn't, I don't ever get like a grifter vibe from him whatsoever. I don't get lying vibes, you know. Well, the rumor is, wait, the rumor is what? What do you mean the rumor is what? That Destiny hooked up with Pixel or whatever, and Pixie? Oh, I didn't know about that. Jesus Christ. I swear, like, one thing that's so, yeah, it's a rumor. I'm not going to, like, go around and, like, take that as fact. I'm not, like, a huge drama farmer anymore, okay? The drama stuff, I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting older, or maybe it's the depression of living in a completely different state where I don't know anyone and this is my only social outlet, which would make me feel like I would lean harder into the drama stuff because it's like my only social outlet. But yeah, I don't care about it anymore. It's so cringe. Like I feel like the drama stuff used to be so much fun. But now it's just like, oh, people are having sex, right? And people are having sex and it hurts someone's feelings. And I guess I just don't care about it anymore, which I want to say it kind of sucks, but also at the same time, you know, like, 'cause it would be great for content and like everyone like gets into fights and like jumps on each other's streams. And I wish that I could just like jump on people's streams and shit and talk about the drama and shit. But like, it's just like super not interesting to me. Maybe it's just because I've stepped out of the drama environment for so long that it's like trying to catch up on a TV series by like skipping a season and a half and then jumping in the middle of season like 4 after only watching season 1. Maybe that's what it is. But like, man, the drama shit is just super not interesting to me anymore. You know, the loner one doesn't feel fun though. Yeah, like even all the Destiny stuff, like I don't care that much about. I'm finding it harder and harder to get through a Destiny video nowadays. Not because I think it's literally just because of the sorry, I saw Rakusan's name and I haven't seen Rakusan in my chat for forever and it completely lost my train of thought. Super Game Boy, the GBA player for the GameCube. Super Nintendo, because my Nintendo 64 was not registering the game, which is really irritating because I do not want to buy another Game Boy pack for my Nintendo 64. I've had the same one since I was 4 years old. I do not want to buy a new one. But anyways, so this is the Super Game Boy on the Super Nintendo. Yo, I could play it on the GameCube and I would get the full color and everything. But then that would mean that I would have to unplug everything and replug in the GameCube. But that wouldn't solve the vibrating image on my end. Jesus. KingCobraJFS? I've never heard of that. King Cobra. Oh, wait, hold on. KingCobraJFS. Wait, which is his channel? I'll watch one video. Wait, isn't this... Why does he look like the What If Alt Hist guy, but like if he was on meth? Tell me what the best video to watch is, and we'll watch that, okay? I always wanted one of those Game Boy players for the consoles, but I never got one. Listen, when I was my first year in college, I had too much freedom. Because I had too much freedom, I went around and I spent all of my disposable income on hunting down. I wouldn't go to like retro game stores because that took all the fun out of getting them. I would go on like Craigslist and hunt down these games. So all of these games, I was like digging through people's garage and shit, you know? So I feel like super accomplished. I like couldn't sell these things unless it was like the absolute last thing that I had to do in order to survive. Like I had to dumpster dive for this shit, you know? Mountain Dew boiled eggs. Mountain Dew eggs. Oh my God, it's only 1 minute and 47 seconds long. All right, let's do it like this then. Why is there one that's 2 minutes and 24 seconds and one that's 1 minute and 47 seconds?
What's up, YouTube? We are doing some hard-boiled eggs. Now, yes, I did use Mountain Dew.
Bro, holy shit, this is a stove from like 1948. What the is going on? This is a pre-nuclear age electric stove.
YouTube, we are doing some hard-boiled eggs. Now, yes, I did use Mountain Dew. And yes, I did use some hot sauce from this bottle. This is a Pepper Patch jalapeno hot sauce. I got a Pepper Patch box for the holidays. So I figured I'd try it in a recipe. I just cracked open this bottle. So crack a bottle. Okay. Now what I did.
God, I thought this video was almost over. It's only 30 seconds. God, this feels already like it's been 5 minutes.
So I used some salt. As I filled it up to like here with water, so it's just barely over the eggs. And then I hit the rest with some Mountain Dew up to here. Doing a pinch of salt.
Why is he quivering so much? He's quivering in anticipation, dude. Look at him. He's quivering in anticipation.
Barely over the eggs. And then I hit the rest with some Mountain Dew up to here. Doing a pinch of salt. Just salted it. Brought the eggs to a boil.
Sorry, it reminds me of the... 1 second. What's the name of the movie? Blazing Saddles. It just like his shaky ass hand.
Well, if you're the kid, then show me something.
Oh, well, maybe a couple of years ago I could have shown you something, but today, look at that.
Steady as a rock.
Yeah, but I shoot with this hand.
Boil and let it simmer for a bit on that boiling temp. And then after I added the salt and brought it to a boil, I topped it off with some fresh Mountain Dew and then threw in the hot sauce, but not before cracking the eggs with a fork on the inside of the pan. Once they're hard
Wait, he did what?
And then threw in the hot sauce, but not before cracking the eggs with a fork on the inside of the pan. Once they're hard boiled, crack it with a fork or a spoon, and then hit it with some more Mountain Dew. And then add in some spicy jalapeno Pepper Patch hot sauce, not a sponsor. Now I got it on a nice medium heat. We're gonna let those delicious little egg treats soak in that sugary Mountain Dew goodness. Hopefully it'll give it like a nice citrusy, spicy kick. That's the ways. But yeah, hard-boiled eggs and some Mountain Dew. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do?
It reminds me of the... what was her name? Kay's cooking fried rice.
Hi people, and I'm back cooking, and today I'm going to be doing special fried rice. I put some oil in. It says 2 tablespoons, but as you know I've got dessert spoons, so I've put 3 in just to compensate for
we'll
it.
watch it in a sec.
And now I'm going to chop some garlic up because it's is this one.
God, and the way she chops shit is so dangerous.
Take them to my friend and get them all sharp, and it's going to be such a big roar of thunder when I put this in here because the pan is so hot.
She has merch. The thing right here just says, the only description of this video says no merchandise.
It is on, isn't it? Yes, I have left it on. Oh dear. Well, not as big as I want to let down. As you can see, the garlic has now turned brown.
It's so bad, dude. It's so bad, dude.
And now add the rice.
The raw rice, dude. The raw rice.
That for a bit. That's what it says to do.
Oh,
need a bit
shit.
more oil on this because it's...
Give me 1 second. The raw rice,
I'm gonna do
dude.
it.
The raw rice.
So I've got to continually keep turning it. Right, as you can see, it's all turned nicely brown. Salt,
3 grains of salt.
pepper. It says keep stirring it all the time, but what I'm going to do
And
is
then like her champion, her champion, king son, $59 soup. Okay, we'll watch that one next. And then we're done with cooking video. I do not need to vomit today. But watch, like, it doesn't matter how disgusting his mom's food is. He's always like, this is good, Mom. Thanks.
got your spoon. I don't know if you want a spoon or whatever.
Raw rice, uncooked rice. You can hear it crunch.
What? You can't taste the garlic.
Oh, man. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Well, you can't taste the garlic. So polite. Okay, we'll go back to the.
What's up, YouTube? We are doing.
Where's the results? Oh, does this have the results in the second half or some shit? God, this shit's
cool,
boiled
man.
down hard, dude. He has cooked those eggs for like 3 years. Did she ever put water in the rice? She did not.
Almost done, YouTube. Let's look at these hard-boiled eggs to absorb that flavor.
Remember, the water, I think earlier, the water was up to the rivets, right? Oh, it was above the rivets. The Mountain Dew was at the rivets. The Mountain Dew that he boiled it in was at the rivets. And he's boiled it down that far. These eggs have been cooking for like an hour, dude. Jesus, dude. Yeah, stab it a little bit. That'll fix it. That'll save it, dude.
Look at these hard-boiled eggs. Absorb that flavor.
Okay, yeah, okay. Ugh.
We're going to cool them off and try them later.
Why are the eggs brown on the inside, not on the outside? The eggs are brown on the inside, not on the outside, dude. Dude, I hate this shit so much.
Putting the cracks in them, got the cool grooves in it. Let's see how I do.
And of course he has to look like that too. Time to go protest with the other Sondsol. Stop watching terrible food videos. I think I will barf. Listen, first off, I don't even know what's going to happen on Monday with the inauguration, since they're moving it inside. So unfortunately, Trump will not be catching pneumonia by talking for too long. Like, who was it? President Harrison or some shit. So we can't even hope for that. He's going to be in the rotunda where his sycophantic subhuman freaks followers stormed the Capitol. He's going to be in the rotunda where they were walking through with all the stolen loot that they had. Just super great. $59 soup. Okay, Rakasan. Also, Rakasan, don't you hate me? Wait, is that the Eggy Goon guy? The Goon Cave singer? Wait, hold on. I don't want to play this while my mom is in chat. Never mind. That's totally. But this is the Goon Cave guy, right? It's absolutely him. The march is right now. What are you talking about? Is there a march right now? I've let that go. I don't even remember what it was about. Don't remind me, or I might hate you again. Just kidding. But you're saying there's a march going on right now? Let's go to news. Anything on the news? I need to know what's going on in the world. Well, we've spent the entire stream thus far talking about the news, and it's just depressing. Everything is bad. That's the state of the world. What about live? Wait, Aiko is live and it's not 2 a.m? That's crazy. Well, tell me the name of something that's happening, like what to search so I can see if there's like a video that we can put on, but I'm not watching this whole video. What is the weather? It's actually not that crazy cold outside. What's the weather outside? 46. But by Sunday, the high will be 37. So, and then on Monday, the low is going to be 11 degrees and the high will be 24 degrees. There's a 90% chance of snow on Sunday. Okay, we're 1.5ing this.
Waiting on my money to come in from Etsy so I can do my next food hack. It's not my birthday. If you're going to be stupid in the comment section, you're just going to get banned. Am I drinking today? Maybe.
Okay, but you guys can't tell me that this guy is not like a methed out version of the what if alt hist guy, right? There's a lag between the TV and the phone? Really? Well, I don't know how to fix that one.
My food hack comes first, though. Because I got an idea for a custom-made soup that I want to do on YouTube. But it's going to cost a pretty penny, so, yeah. I'll get like $59, I can pull that food hack for YouTube.
Shockingly, this guy doesn't do meth. He's a raging alcoholic.
It's your boy, KingCobraJFS. We're going to make a delicious bowl of soup. And it starts with
a humongous bowl and some butter to give it flavor. We're going to take some Country Crock Original and we're going to throw in a couple of, there we are, start off with that, flavor our. We're going to take this bowl of butter spread and we're going to microwave it. Yes, microwave it, I say. Yes, YouTube, we're going to melt that butter. We're going to melt the butter and we're going to make sure we have some of this Doritos.
Clean bowl not required. Sorry, I was looking at my game for a second.
Flavor our.
This guy, well, this is the Booglam Chronicles, so that's not his channel. 110,000.
There we are, start off with that. Flavor our. We're going to take this bowl of butter spread and we're going to microwave it. Yes, microwave it, I say. Yes, YouTube, we're going to melt that butter. We're going to pretty good. And then we're going to take some of that Doritos cheesy dip. A little bit in there like that. There it is, there it is. And of course, we're going to pour in some Frank's Red Hot Buffalo sauce.
Oh, so this is $59 soup, as in like he bought a bunch of like cheap shit ingredients that cost $59 altogether plus the ramen.
Around.
Okay, yeah.
But they were out of sharp, so they gave me a medium, which will work just fine. A little caffeine to pep my senses.
Please don't pour that in there.
We have two different kinds of soup.
Oh, I thought it was going to be ramen.
New England clam chowder and a steak and potato soup.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Like, at least with Kay's cooking, you feel like, okay, well, this might be crazy and she might be bad at cooking, but at least she's being real about it. Like, she's just really bad at cooking, right? And she's like earnestly trying her best, even though she's really bad at it. This right here, this is monstrous on purpose.
I want to pour a little bit of each into our bowl of goodness.
Just use the whole thing, dude.
Wow.
Yeah, I gotta shake it up first.
Right. Steak and potatoes. They have the pop tab on them, so we don't need the can opener. Throw in a little bit of that steak and potato action. Now we got steak and potato flavor in there. We're gonna add, see that? To the sauce, we're gonna add some New England clam chowder. Nice thing about soup, is you don't gotta microwave.
This looks like a combination. My mom is in chat. She remembers this story. I tried to fake being sick from school one day, and nobody believed me that I was sick. And I was so mad that nobody believed in my fake sickness that I made fake throw up and I threw it on the floor in the hallway just to prove them wrong. Like, yeah, I am sick. And so I made like this horrible concoction of ramen noodles and chips and all sorts of shit and just like mashed it together to make it look like I had been eating all day and then threw up right before everyone got home. It didn't convince anybody, but this is like on the same tier as that, okay?
The can like this is already cooked.
I'm smart enough. Goldfish, please, do you think I'm a... Of course it went into the toilet. I just made it seem like I threw up in the hallway twice leading up to the bathroom, like I couldn't hold it, and then I made it into the toilet as well. I was stupid.
We're going to add clam chowder next. The clam chowder is in there, just like that.
Who are you, Rock-a-san?
Stir it around.
Why?
Give it a good stir, YouTube. This should give us plenty of room to finish topping off.
Yeah, you should have upped your game.
Our soup. Give it a stir. Oh yes, this will be a very nice, hearty, cheesy soup. Shocker, I know. Real bacon bits from Hormel.
But the fact that it was unchewed blew it. See, I tried to mash it up a little bit to make it look like it was chewed, but I guess I wasn't good enough at it.
But of course you add bacon bits to it.
God, this is a lot of liquid too. And a good amount of that is just butter.
This one's empty. No idea how this is going to taste, but there's that.
No idea how this is going to taste.
So now we're going to microwave it, see? Some Le Crème medium cheddar cheese. Then we're going to
Okay, I get it.
How should I say this?
God, there's shit all over the counter, dude. Oh, he doesn't even put it on the stove.
Somebody's got beer. We're going to have to open one of those cheeses melted on top. I want you to see the progress of this. Look how sexy
What the is he wearing on his head?
Now I want you to see the progress of this. Look how sexy that soup looks. With all that cheese.
Thank you, Rock-a-san. Thank you. Thank you. It's a hat.
Let's go. I can see it bubbling like a cauldron. Hot bowl. There we go. What do you people think? Look at that cheese.
You know, actually, am I allowed to say this on even on YouTube? Like, there are some people that like they make food for like the content and shit. Like you say, he's genuine, but like in a karmically just universe, this food would kill him. If the universe was karmically just, like had karmic justice, like that was actually real justice, this food would kill him. But
easy soup goodness. Would you rock this soup? Buffalo wing sauce.
Oh yeah, add some more. That'll save it. It's so good, dude. It's so good.
YouTube,
just a
this
capful.
soup is looking good, but it needs a garnish. Besides those Doritos and all that cheesy goodness, I think we bust out the Triscuits. What do you think? Just kind of stick a couple of these.
Yeah,
on the edge of our soup bowl.
let them soak in it. Wait, what flavor of Triscuits? Hold on, let's judge him for
around the edge
his
of our soup.
taste in Triscuits.
What do you people think? Look at that cheesy soup goodness. Would you rock this soup? Buffalo wing sauce. And we're going to garnish the top of it with a couple
Yeah,
of...
we get it.
But it needs a garnish. Besides those Doritos
Is this just
and all
like
that
the
cheesy goodness,
nasty,
I think we
plain
bust out the
Triscuits?
Triscuits. What do you think? Just
Yeah,
kinda stick a
original,
couple of these
nasty.
around the edge of our soup bowl.
You know, I would rather gargle glass, okay, glass shards, than eat an original flavor Triscuit. That shit's nasty as. But the cracked pepper and olive oil shit, that shit right there, that shit's good. Okay.
I mean, is it the prettiest looking soup? Probably not. Is it unhealthy? Oh, hell yeah, it's unhealthy. See what I'm saying about presentation, YouTube? Look at that bowl of soup. Yeah, throw another one in there. Put some Triscuits in the middle for a little bit of crunch action. And there you have it, folks.
Fun fact: this man has gotten laid more than once. It means that the incels have literally no excuse.
King Cobra's spicy clam chowder, steak, and potato soup.
I can't.
With winter
Yeah.
right around the corner.
I don't need to see him eat it. I'm actually good on that part. Okay. Oh, cool. Thank you. Thank you, Rakasan, for having this now be in my algorithm right there. Wait, what the what is this? The unbelievable lore of pregnant Gay Luigi. All right, real quick before we keep going, if you're watching, please like the stream. Liking the stream helps me out quite a bit. You have no idea. Just liking the stream is super helpful. Liking, subscribing, etc., etc. Even had a threesome with a pregnant chick and paid her with a single cigarette. Oh, well, at least he paid the pregnant woman with a cigarette. You know, maybe it'll, you know, I start saying things that I think are really funny, but I just feel like will always come back to haunt me in some aspect of my life later on, especially since my mom is watching right now. I can't bring myself to say the funny things. How's it going, Corey Pelsman? Okay, what else are we got to go over today? Give me something, what's something that we should go over next, guys? DC protest? But I feel like if I just search DC protest, I'm not going to get anything. Well, goddamn, I'm wrong. We thought about like and subscribe almost at the same time. I will leave. No, you don't have to leave. I'm not like mad about it. It's just funny. Uh-oh, is my internet crashing or am I still connected? Is it them? Is it me? Is it them? Refresh? Oh, I guess their stream is up.
Hello, I'm streaming on Vox. Can I ask you what brings you out here today?
Oh, okay.
Just wherever you are.
Okay, I'm from Florida. My friend Canyon's also from Florida, and we're here.
God, what a horrible weekend to come to DC for like any other reason than for a protest, dude. All right, Mom. Love you.
Because I'm fighting for my rights. For my right, for everyone's right.
For all of the women that fought before us, that's what we're here
That's
for.
why we're here, yeah. Everyone who couldn't have a say in anything before.
Okay, cool. You know, I could go out there right now, but like it's kind of gross outside. Be an activist. Marching in this is not an activist thing. And it like, I'll do something that like actually matters, but like going out there and marching with people, it doesn't fucking matter, unfortunately. How are Sushi and Waffles? Sushi right now is in, we're going back and forth at the vet with her, but Waffles is fine. You're just setting your shit down on the ground, bro? Your freedom or comfort? Well, this is like, I'm not going to be fighting for my freedom by marching with people over this. Like, at the end of the day, like protests are important and stuff like that. And maybe it's just me being lazy and not wanting to leave the house or something like that. But like, I feel like me leaving and going to DC would cause undue stress on my girlfriend because people are crazy and will, oh, did I accidentally I'm so stupid, clicked off of it. So that's not even live anymore. Can we do filter for live? Because that might not even be happening. Right only. Right ear only. Just storm the Capitol? Yeah. An hour delay? No. Hour delay is way too much. And it's not that I think that people are going to hunt me down. I think that I'd be fine to go out there. It's just a protest. Wait, are these protesters and counter-protesters? Rob Noor is an annoying fuckwad. Oh, man. Color me shocked. What did he do this time? Okay, we'll keep this open right here for a second. I do think it would be good for your clout to go. Tron, I'm going to message you something. Yeah, anyways. What is the march for? Does it say Inauguration 25, Live News, People's March in Washington? March in Washington. Which one of these will not be paywalled? Let's see what's going on here. People's March wraps. Okay, well, it's over now. It was over 40 minutes ago. Wrapped up late Saturday afternoon, drew thousands of protesters to the nation's capital to speak out in favor of reproductive rights, among other issues they feel will be threatened ahead of Donald Trump's second term. God, I cannot imagine, like, what is the temperature down in Florida right now? Wait, hold on. Palm Beach, Florida weather. Jesus Christ. It's 80 degrees there right now. It's freezing here. The mood of the march was different from that of the original Women's March, and the crowd far smaller. Speaker Monica Simpson, executive director of the Women of Color, executive director of the Women of Color-led reproductive justice organization Sister Song, praised Black women's leadership in the fight for reproductive. I can't speak, but acknowledged fear at what lay ahead. I will be honest with you all, though. Simpson said today isn't easy. Like many of my Black women comrades, I am tired, I am angry, and honestly, I am scared. The audience listening to her stretched some of the way down the sides of the reflecting pool. Organizers have stressed that record crowds gathered for the 2017 march shouldn't be a yardstick for other protests. It would be, it might be good stream content, but what else is going on in the world? What did Rob Noor do, Rakazan? If I'm honest, almost certainly on Twitter. Here, one second. Let me do this. Pinned tweet. Let's see here. Rob. Oh, the legacy of the Biden administration. Okay, why not? I don't even know if I'll have anything to say about it. Let's just listen to what he has to say.
The president again. Now, I know what you think. It might be odd with all the crazy stuff going on in the world to think, wow, there's no president of the United States. But in effect, that's what we have. We know that a dementia-addled old man who was forced out of running by his own party for re-election.
Sorry. I hope you're doing well and profited massively by buying Trump coin. The is Trump coin?
Dementia-addled old man.
Wait, did Trump make a meme coin to rug pull people? Please tell me it's true.
Who was forced out of running by his own party for re-election, is in name the president of the United States, but he ain't running the show. It's unnamed, unelected bureaucrats that are really doing it behind the scenes. And we see that all the disastrous things that are coming out from our president, such as just today, he said the 28th Amendment was ratified by 3/4 of the states, something that's a blatant lie. But all the people that tell you about the importance of norms and, oh my gosh, Trump will try to do things that are against the law, they won't care about that at all. They'll be perfectly fine with it. Biden's came out recently.
If he did what now?
The 28th Amendment was ratified by 3/4 of the states, something that's a blatant lie. But all the people that tell you about the importance of...
Wait, which one is the 28th Amendment? What is the 20? Oh, Biden says the Equal Rights Amendment is law. What happens next is unclear. President Biden on Friday declared that he considers the Equal Rights Amendment to the Constitution the law of the land, a surprising declaration that does not have any formal force or of effect, but that was celebrated by its backers in a rally in front of the National Archives. The amendment would need to be formally published or certified to come into effect by the National Archivist, Colleen Shogan, and when or if that will happen is unclear. The executive branch doesn't have a direct role in the amendment process, but Biden is not going to order the archivist to certify and publish the ERA. The White House told reporters on a conference call, a senior administration official said that the archivist role is purely ministerial in nature, meaning that the archivist is required to publish the amendment once it is ratified. In response to an NPR question about whether the archivist would take any new actions. One second. The 1970s era amendment passed by Congress would guarantee men and women equal rights under the law, but it took until 2020 for enough state legislatures to ratify it. I can't speak. Haircut? I need one. Don't have one right now. Missing a deadline set by Congress by a long shot. ERA proponents have argued that the deadline was not binding because it was in the preamble to the amendment rather than the text of the amendment itself. On Friday, Biden said that he believed the ERA had cleared the hurdle to be added to the Constitution as the 28th Amendment when Virginia ratified it 5 years ago. He did not explain why he waited until the waning days of his presidency to take action, though he said he had consulted dozens of constitutional scholars as he weighed his decision. She expects the matter will end up at the Supreme Court. Okay, so it's not, he's considering it past, I don't think that's a lie. I think it has been ratified by 3/4 of the states, it seems like. It just seems like there's something else going on that is like holding up whether or not it's actually true that it's, yeah.
Force of the states, something that's a blatant lie. But all the people that tell you about the importance of norms and, oh my gosh, Trump will try to do things that are against the law, they won't care about that at all. They'll be perfectly fine with it. Biden's came out recently and mumbled through saying that social media companies need to be held accountable for allowing free speech on these platforms. And once more, they don't care. It's so convenient how, when it fits them, they say, well, Joe Biden's problems aren't that important because people are running the show behind the scenes. But at the same time, they say, oh, Biden didn't personally do this, that, or that, and it's okay. For example, they'll say Biden never personally ordered Merrick Garland to go after his opponent, but we know that he was saying in private he wanted Garland to go after his opponent, and it was being reported in the mainstream media. But even if that's the case, if the excuse of Joe Biden having dementia is, don't worry about it, it's really behind the scenes people that are running his administration, then how isn't those same behind the scene people that went after...
Doug, can you not wait until you're not like sick to... So I don't... Donald Trump... Dude, come on. Like, Jesus Christ.
But even if that's the case, if the excuse of Joe Biden having dementia is, don't worry about it, it's really behind the scenes people that are running his administration, then how isn't those same behind the scene people that went...
Here's the thing. Biden probably is super old and probably has like the early or like mid stages of dementia would be crazy. He probably has like early stages of dementia, right? But like, I don't think that if he was in there for another 4 years, it would probably be bad. He would probably have to step down. But like, I don't think that he's incapable of doing the job like as it is right now. And yeah, the president does rely on his cabinet. That's why they have a cabinet. That's why they have advisors. That's why, like, yeah, so they're going to be making decisions because you can't expect one person to run the entire country and make every single decision. You know, like, I don't know.
Went after Donald Trump using lawfare, attacking their very own political opponents as if they're the president. It'll be nice to get back to a world of more normalcy where we actually have a president and someone we could point to as leader of this country. So when we're talking about hostage negotiations, conflicts occurring around the world, border security.
Oh, yeah, hostage negotiations, you know, like the hostage negotiation that just got, you know, passed from Israel and Gaza that was the exact proposal that the Biden administration laid down, like, I don't know, May of 2024, that was like solidified with Biden advisors. There's one person from Trump's camp there, but like for some reason Trump gets all of the credit. Like, please give me a break.
And all sorts of other issues. Even if you disagree with Trump, at least he's someone who has a functioning brain and is the president of the United States.
And also that's debatable because this guy's
Never let the people let it down. Almost the entirety of the Democratic Party, the media, even left-wing streamers, all of them saw the evidence of Joe Biden's cognitive decline and they lied right to your face.
We didn't lie. We just said, yeah, even if Biden was drooling and had nothing going on in his brain at all, he was a carrot, a turnip sitting in the Oval Office, it would be preferable to Donald Trump. That's what we were saying. We're saying that Donald Trump is such a dog shit human being and a dog shit leader that it would be preferable to have a dementia-addled old man who can't wipe his own ass without help. That would be preferable to a man who shits himself, who has like a modicum more of like cognitive there-ness than Biden, but not nearly the amount of intelligence. Like, I don't know, dude. That's right. I have a berry. You're not going to kill me that fast.
Until it was no longer politically expedient for them to do so. They will lie to you about everything. That will not change going forward. The same people that refuse to fact check Joe Biden and refuse to call out his cognitive decline will be right back there trying to nitpick every single thing that Donald Trump says, telling you when it's a lie, when it's not true.
Nitpick every single thing Donald Trump says? I don't know, like the way that you guys saw that that speech in front of the Liberty Bell building. I can't remember the name of the building. Where there was like one section of it that was red behind him, and he said that, you know, MAGA is a threat to this country, but not all Republicans are MAGA. And then you guys said, oh, he's calling all Republicans un-American, blah, blah, blah. He's like very obviously directly said, not all and not even most Republicans are these MAGA Republicans. But you guys had to run with that and say that he wanted to hunt down all conservatives. Like, you guys act like victims all the time, and then you guys want everybody to like also feel like you guys are like super strong. Like, you guys are such victims, but then you also want to project strength. Which is it? Are you guys constantly getting shat on by everyone in the entire world? Or like maybe like your leader is just a moron who does stupid shit constantly? And people accurately call that out. It's kind of weird, huh?
When it's not good, etc. These people should forever hang their head in shame. The legacy of Joe Biden's administration is one of corruption, one of incompetence.
Corruption that you guys could never, ever, ever prove in any. You guys couldn't even get a grand jury to indict. You couldn't get enough evidence for a grand jury because all of the people that you guys hired as hired is not the right word. All the people that you guys found that were alleged witnesses and informants about Hunter Biden turned out to be actual Russian assets. You guys couldn't find any credible information that Hunter Biden did any of the things that you guys said, but God forbid anyone point out that Donald Trump literally tried to steal the election with all of the evidence in the entire world. It's insane. We live in a backwards world where they can just say and do anything, and then like the second that anyone tries to call them out on it, suddenly it's a big deal. Oh no, how dare you try and be so partisan.
With the Afghan conflict, the border, massive inflation, lies about all of those things. But the most important legacy that comes from the Biden administration is that we had a human vegetable as president, and we were gaslit by every institution in this country that controls our narratives, such as that the Democrats control.
If the Democrats control the narrative, then why does everybody not believe the Democrats? You can't have it both ways. You can't say that the Democrats control the narrative, that the mainstream media control the narrative, when you guys never listen to the mainstream media. Nobody listens to the mainstream media. Mainstream media has the lowest polling of anything in the entire world right now in the United States. And now you guys are going to say they control the narrative and everything is a lie? Which is it? Is everybody listening to mainstream media, or are they not listening to mainstream media? You can't have it both ways. Choose one. Rob?
That there was nothing going on and not to believe your lying eyes. That's the legacy of the Biden administration.
Old Rob there. Jesus Christ. All right. Give me something else. Give me something that doesn't make me want to rope. All right. What else should we talk about today, guys? Is there anything in content suggestions, or are we just going to meme for a while? Why bones? The TikTok ban is good. Yeah, I agree with that. It's actually blackpilling. The thing is, like, the more lib-pilled I get and the more like institution-pilled I get, and moving to DC and wanting to work in government at, watch whatever Bones sent. I'm not sure if it's another one of the cooking videos from that guy. But yeah, like the more lib-pilled I get and shit like that, the more it is so egregious to me. All these like children, like if I go to my, like this girl right here that's like screeching about how they're getting rid of TikTok and shit, Hassan, I love living in a democratic country. Like, it has nothing to do with democracy. They're trying to compare the United States in its freedom of speech laws, which are I think that they're the most permissive in the entire Western world. Are they not? Like, you can get away with saying a whole bunch of crazy shit in the United States that you can't anywhere else. And you certainly can't get away with saying shit like that in in China, yeah, like this Soviet joke right here. Absolute free speech is, yeah, I know it is. But like what I'm saying is they think that we don't have any of freedom of speech, or that we're just as bad as China. And China's freedom of speech laws, or lack thereof, I think that we could probably both agree that America probably has a better stance on freedom of speech than China does, right? Or are we going to go like full and say that China is like doing that better than us? Yeah, like because I do think that the United States is better in so many regards than like probably most countries in the world. Like in totality, I would rather live in the United States than anywhere else, I think. Maybe not in the current moment. Maybe like the people here are just like so brain broken by Russian fake news that like I should consider moving eventually. I don't know. But yeah, anyway. Anyways, like this joker here. An American explains to a Russian that the United States is a truly free country because he can stand in front of the White House and shout, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." The Russian says that this is nonsense because he can easily stand in Red Square and shout, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." Like that. This is where we're at. This is where we're at with the discussion. But people like unironically are that Soviet citizen. I mean, states still had blasphemy laws until like the 90s, but that's not on a national level. Yeah, but like the thing that I think is so cool about the United States is we do have this general trend towards doing the right thing, right? We have this general trend towards, yeah, we did some really up shit in the past, but like we're not going to do that in the future, right? And we're moving past that. We're making laws that make it illegal to do the bad things that we did in the past, right? And we let everyone, we teach in our schools about the Trail of Tears, right? We teach in our schools about segregation and Jim Crow laws and shit. Like we teach that in schools, you know? Unless you're in Florida and Texas. Well, that's one reason why I'm a little bit, you know. But wait, Testicle Johnson got a subscription. I didn't even see it. My bad. Thank you for that. But yeah, like it's just, I don't know. At the rate things are going, I don't know. I mean, like, I really like my country. I want to work for my country. I want to work like in government and shit, you know, but just the fact that everyone is so brain broken, and it's not just on the right, although like I probably hate people on the right a lot more for it, right? Actually, no, like the Zoomers who are like defending China this hard and like gawking Xi Jinping or Xi Jinping or however the you say it, like, yeah, I probably hate them as much as I hate Trump people. But like the Trump people are more direct threats to this country. But I don't know. I feel like it was so much easier to defend this country, even with all of our faults. But like now we're just at a place where everything's kind of, and I don't know how to talk about the country that I love in a way that doesn't just like make it sound like the worst thing in the world. Yeah, I know, Rock, because that's why I'm saying like it's really hard to like say like America is the greatest place in the world when we have half of our country literally drooling that have no soul or brain. I don't know what to say to people who like even like Cenk Uygur, we were watching his video or the Young Turks earlier, and they like bought into the idea that Russia only started using North Korean troops after we escalated with Ukraine by letting them shoot into Russia. We let them shoot into Russia because they brought the North Korean soldiers to fight Ukraine. We were letting them fight fire with fire. We'd been kneecapping them until then. Russia escalates it every time, but even the progressives are like Cenk Uygur is like near a Trump simp now, and it's killing me. What the are we going to do? And even the progressives, like the hardcore progressives, can't say, yeah, Trump is like the worst thing ever. When he says that MAGA isn't his real enemy is the establishment Democrats. You're not going to break bread with Trump unless you like sell out your entire like moral system. Well, Defense Secretary and Tulsi Gabbard and the Kash Patel, or am I thinking of a wrong person? Yeah, this guy for the FBI. Like, there are three. Like, I don't have a problem with literally every. I mean, like, I probably disagree with them on some things, and I don't like the fact that they're probably chosen for their loyalty to Trump over loyalty to the Constitution. But like, I'm not going to sit there and protest like crazy every single time there's a person getting approved for some cabinet position. But like Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, Kash Patel, these people are like enemies of the state unironically. These people are crazy. The DNC failed miserably this election. They shot themselves in the foot multiple times, focusing on id poll instead of progressive economic populism and really them when the economy was the issue. Yeah, I know. Like, that's like one thing I'm trying to figure out, like, now that I'm in the DC area, and now that I'm like near the end of my degree, finally, hopefully, God willing, like, I have experience in online media. I have experience in, audio, video shit at this point. I have connections in the online space that I don't really leverage at all, but like if I got the chance to, I would, and like, I don't even know what I would like look into for a job with like those as like my background. Like I want to work with something in, I would love to work with something in media for like the DNC, right? And work with people who are doing messaging for the DNC. Like these sorts of things would be super interesting to me. But unfortunately, I just like don't even know where to begin, Destiny is looking for a live-in commentator. Yeah, but I'm not going to move away from my girlfriend to work for Destiny. I don't think that he wants me. I think that he needs his qualifications where you have to have like 100,000 followers on YouTube or some shit. I'm praying the DNC doesn't shift rightward during this hellish time. The DNC should, when I say shift rightward, I mean just like, I think they should hold on to the economic populism, even though I hate populism, okay? Keep the economic populism and in a way that doesn't sell out like minorities, like stop the id poll messaging. Like, I don't think that that's moving right, but like placing so much emphasis on like black and brown people and trans people in every single facet of every single person's life on, I do think that probably hurts the Democrats in the broader electorate's mind. Like, you don't have to focus on those things. Like, you don't have to shift your stances on them, but like, does it have to be front and center in a way that like actively damages and probably makes those groups look worse? Like, I'm sorry, like, I love trans people. I want the best for them, and I want there to be good legislation that protects them, right? My best friend is transitioning. There's not a single thing in my body that wants anything negative for trans people broadly, all right? Do we have to make this, like, the front and center part of our advocacy? Because putting trans people front and center and all the advocacy probably gets a lot more negative attention on them when they could just like kind of like ride the tide of things that were getting a little bit better for them. And then now there's like this massive whiplash on them. I could be wrong on this, but like, I just don't know. I'm praying the DNC doesn't. Oh yeah. Just commute on the high speed road. Yeah, true. Figure out how to give the Dems a chance in 2028. That would be that'd be lovely. How's the mental holding up? I mean, I'm probably depressed. I'm not good at like, and especially I'm like, don't like talking about it on stream, but I'm probably in a pretty horrible place, but like, it's not like so bad that I don't think anything would ever get so bad that I'd kill myself or anything. So we're riding the tide, eventually things will get better. Populism works when 54% of the country can't read higher than 5th grade. That's how Trump worked. Yeah. I mean, that's fair, right? I'm not sure how much the Gaza stuff affected the Dems, but them straying away from Bernie-esque populism because they, for some reason, still hate him. Does the DNC still hate Bernie? I don't know. I don't like pay attention to what Bernie says very much. Like, and part of that is just because like he said a couple of things that just like were such bad takes that like I was like, you know what? I'm not going to listen because I want kind of like how you don't look at your favorite rock artists from like the 60s through the 90s because they all did horrible shit. Like, I don't know anything about the personal lives of anyone from Led Zeppelin or from Judas Priest or anything like that. I don't know if they're wholesome or if they're rapists or anything. I don't want to know, They really don't like Bernie nor the squad. Well, see, that's the thing. AOC, I think, used to be like super cringe, but has really moved up in the way that she engages with politics and policy and, getting people on board with shit. And I think that that's really cool. And I think that AOC is probably doing it in the right way. And that's also probably the reason why like Cori Bush, I'm thinking of the right people, right? Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman. Those are the two that from the squad that lost their seats, you know, has always been based. Yeah. But like the way that she engaged with politics was probably not getting her any friends or power in DC. But the way that she's politicking now is getting her, you know, like she has a lot more power in DC than she did when she was like the firebrand constantly like at people's throats and shit. Like she's still a little bit of a firebrand, but she knows how to politic her way through things in a way that like the other members of the squad just like really don't have. They don't have that. As far as I know, I'm not like as like deep into like the individual politicians like actions as I probably should be. I do think Gaza was an issue, but like according to polls leading up to the election, like it was like number 14 like on the list of things that were important to people on the Democrat side. It was like number 14 on the list. Like that's pretty low. It's probably not going to affect your vote that much compared to like healthcare, which was like number 2. Economy, eggs too high. Yeah. I mean, dude, I'm poor. I've been poor for like most of my, or for all of my adult life and most of my life as like a kid. We weren't like super well off. We weren't like, oh, 1 second. I'm getting a call. Hello? All right. In a little bit, I'm going to have to help my girlfriend pull in the groceries. So get ready for tariffs, baby. Well, like, that's the thing. Like if Republicans never see, like, if they're going to always get the benefits of a Democratic administration, then we're always going to have like this back and forth. The Republicans need to see the effects of their actions. They need the consequences of their own actions. They need to try and have to mop that up. We need a economic collapse in the United States because Donald Trump put all of these tariffs on and ruined our relationship with all of our neighbors. You know, Trump got Obama's economy. Yeah, exactly. Biden got Trump's. Yes, exactly. But nobody cares about that. They care about the here and now, which is, okay, honestly, it's already 3 minutes. All right. Real quick, I'm going to, here, we'll go to the stream music playlist or some shit. Come on, playlist. Wait, how do I know how to do it. All right, give me just a couple of minutes. I'm going to run and help Allison get the groceries into the house, and then I will be back. I will, Rakasan. 1 sec. How do I do this? Am I losing my mind? Yeah, let's do it like that. Let's start with this. Be right back. Wait, what speed is this at?
With hellish torment, possessed with hellish torment, our master magic's fine, our master magic's fine. Hunting the Abyss Lord, hunting the Abyss Lord. Only one will stay alive, only one will stay alive. He who lives by the sword, he who lives by the sword, will surely also die, will surely also die. He who lives in sin, he who lives in sin, will surely live the life. The warm embrace I felt first time you touched me, secure and safe in open arms. I should have known you'd crush me. A snake you were when we met. I loved you anyway, pulling out your poison fangs. The venom never goes away. Serpent swims free in my blood, dragon sleeping in my veins, jackal speaking with tongue, roach laying in my brain. One stop beneath your shadow, sleepwalking to the gallows. I'm the sun that beats your brow until I finally through the towel. You never know if I'd wake up in a whirlpool got redundant. My brain was just some driftwood in a cesspool. I became dead, from a rock star to a desk fool. With my destiny, someone said, love's a tide pool. Taste the waters, life's abundant. Taste me, Taste me, taste me.
Sitting up late at night, I tiptoe through the darkness. Cold as hell, black as space, where around it is surrounding. In my face, I escape up into my hideout, hiding from everyone. My friends all say, "Did you mental anyway?" Hey, drift into the deepest state. I stalk the cobweb stairways. Dirt pits beneath my feet. Stair creaks, a precarious leak. Hypnosis guides my hand. I slip side through the walkways. Sitting on his rocking chair. Memories are whirling by, yeah. Reminisce in the attic. Lucretia waits impatiently. Cobwebs make me swim. Cobra so eloquently glints. Moons in surge through the sky. The crystal balls energized. Surely that like the cat waits in. Lucretia rocks away.
Before I made the call, the one that ends it all. Hanging up, I wanted to cry, but damn it, this well's gone dry. Not for the money, not for the fame, not for the power, just no more games. But now I'm safe in the eye of the tornado. I can't replace the lies that let 1,000 days go. No more living trapped inside. In her way, I'll surely die. In the eye of the tornado, blow me away. You prolong my name. You hate me just the same. You won't meet your breath, and soon you'll meet your death. Not from the years, not from the use, not from the tears, just self-abuse. Who's to say what's for me to say? We do, 'cause of me, nothing it'll be for me. The land of opportunity, the golden chance for me. My future looks so bright, now I think I've seen the light. Can't say what's on my mind, can't do what I really feel. In this bed I make for these, where I sleep I really feel. I want you at the fate, proving true too late. Your tongue twist perverse, come drink now of this curse. And now I feel your brain, I spin you round again. My poison fills your head, as I tuck you into bed. You feel my fingertips, you won't forget my lips. You'll feel my cold breath, it's the kiss of death.
All right, enough of that.
Count is rising in perpetual writhing. The primordials and the sanity they lose.
Paranoid if it was recorded in the 50s.
Think I'm insane because I am frowning all the time. All day long I think of things, but nothing seems to satisfy. Think I'll lose my mind if I don't find something to pacify. Can you help me occupy my brain? Oh yeah. I need someone to show me the things in life that I can't find. I can't see the things that make true happiness.
How do they do Planet Caravan?
The sky, stars shine like eyes, the black night sighs.
No, I can't even think of how it goes.
In silver tray.
How the f does it go? Alrighty, what is Vosch doing nowadays?
It's bleak out there. Yeah. You know, people love to do those like tests where they make a female Tinder account and with some like fake model photos and rake in the likes, you know, the swipes up or whatever, or the swipe right. I forget.
Why
I
is
haven't
it?
used Tinder in ages.
Why is it scrolling? When
But
I
you know
don't
what
want it
no
to
one
scroll.
ever examines? What it's like to talk to the guys who like you. You know what I mean? Like no one is ever like, okay, I have amassed 100 likes in one day.
What fucking setting changed? Why? I don't want it to go down when I look at the bottom of the page. Hold on 1 second. This is stupid. What the One second. Let me also chat. Is anybody still there after I walked away? Where the is OBS? There it is. Hold on. Let me. That's right. I'm playing Pokemon. Settings. Scrolling. Where would this even be? Search settings. Scroll. No. Is it only do it on YouTube? Why does YouTube have some setting on it that makes it to where it scrolls down when you touch the bottom of the screen? That's annoying. Why would anyone want this? It's not happening on AP. It's not happening on The Intercept. It's not happening on Google. Wait, does it not happen on this tab of YouTube? It's only happening on this tab? Why? What the Okay, then we're not going to use that tab. Jesus Christ.
The court refuses to stay the execution of the law that, effective January 19th, forces TikTok to be sold to a U.S. company or to shut down. You might have seen customers react to the U.S. government trying to ban TikTok over concerns that its Chinese parent company could exert too much control and provide information to the Chinese government by downloading a TikTok clone that is literally run by the Chinese government. I mean, it's called Red Note after Mao's Red Book of Quotations. How did we get here? Now, as you probably know, TikTok is a foreign-owned tech platform operating on American devices. Chinese technology company ByteDance launched the app in 2016. It now has over 1.5 billion active users, including about 150 million Americans. Now, many Americans make their living by making short films on the app, and TikTok's creators say that other social media platforms lack TikTok's organic reach and collaboration tools. Some have said, quote, they have posted the same content on other platforms for years, but only TikTok has fostered their communities and allowed them to reach broad audiences. Now, the people who serve in Congress generally don't grow up with social media platforms. The average age of a senator is 64, and the average age of a House member is 58. And that might be one reason members of Congress struggle with the implications of modern technology, which obviously is global. But for better or worse, the government is responsible for protecting the country from foreign threats, but it also has a duty to ensure Americans have civil liberties. Now, the courts traditionally defer to the federal government in matters of national security. And along those lines, on April 24th, 2024, Congress enacted the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary-Controlled Applications Act. The law prohibits the distribution, maintenance, or provision of internet hosting services for applications controlled by foreign adversaries. The act identifies China, North Korea, Russia, and Iran as foreign adversaries of the United States who are not eligible to purchase apps. The law officially bars Americans from using apps controlled by those.
What does it take to get on that list of foreign adversaries? Like, we haven't declared war on them. Like, what is the criteria? What were the four? It was...
We're not eligible to...
China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. Well, I guess those are like the big four. Like Venezuela is not on that list either, or Cuba, or like, are these people... Are we not considering them to be enemies of the state anymore? Or what does it take to get on that list?
To purchase apps. The law officially bars Americans from using apps controlled by those countries. And the law requires ByteDance specifically to sell TikTok to remove, quote, foreign adversary control. And failure to comply results in a ban within 270 to 360 days. Now, the Supreme Court generally considers laws targeting specific speech as presumptively unconstitutional. In 2020, Donald Trump issued 2 executive orders banning TikTok, but the federal courts blocked both of those. So many legal commentators felt the new law was also on shaky ground. So when this new law was passed, TikTok and a group of its users sued the government, once again arguing that the act is an unconstitutional intrusion on free speech rights. Quote, by banning all online platforms and software applications offered by TikTok and all ByteDance subsidiaries, Congress has made...
It's not curtailing that speech. Because here, this is my understanding of everything. It's not curtailing that speech because it's targeting one application, right? But that speech, it's not the content that it's being banned for. It's because of security risks, and I guess he'll like get into it. But like that's my understanding. That it has so much more to do with the security risks and shit like that than it does to do with like the content there. Because all that shit is on YouTube. All of that shit is on Instagram Reels. All of that shit is on Twitter. Like, TikTok isn't the only platform, believe it or not. All of these opinions are being espoused on all of these other platforms too. Facebook. Okay? But for some reason, we're not like Upsetty Spaghetti when that when they're posted, or we're not upsetting spaghetti about like them being posted there. So it's obviously not about the content. It's about the security risk, is my understanding. Yeah. And why won't you play when I hit
curtailing massive amounts
space?
of protected speech. Unlike broadcast television and radio stations, which require government licenses to operate because they use the public airwaves, the government cannot, consistent with the First Amendment, dictate the ownership of newspapers, websites, online platforms, and other privately created speech forums. Now, TikTok claimed that it's an American company headquartered in Culver City, California, which means it has First Amendment rights. Thus, TikTok alleged that courts should apply a legal standard called strict scrutiny. Now, when it comes to reviewing government regulation, what level of scrutiny the court applies is usually the entire ballgame. When a court applies strict scrutiny, the government must show that the law is the least restrictive means of advancing a compelling governmental interest. And that is a very, very hard standard to meet. Strict scrutiny applies when a law regulates fundamental rights like freedom of speech. Now, normally when courts are reviewing governmental regulation, if it doesn't involve a fundamental right, the courts apply what's called rational basis review, which basically means if the court can find any rational basis for a particular law, it will uphold that law. Basically, any law that's reviewed under rational basis review is going to be upheld, and basically any law that's reviewed under strict scrutiny is not going to pass muster and then will be found to be not constitutional. And then there's a third option that's sort of a combination of the two. It's sort of right down the middle. It's called intermediate scrutiny. That's used when laws involve a right, but one that's not fundamental. Now, the US government argued that the act doesn't implicate the First Amendment at all. The government rejected plaintiffs' assertion that TikTok is a US company entitled to free speech rights because it's a subsidiary of ByteDance. And ByteDance, as a foreign company, does not receive free speech rights. But what about TikTok's American users? Well, the government claimed that the act doesn't regulate their speech at all. Americans remain free to say whatever they want on other platforms, and in fact, they would continue to be free to say whatever they wanted in a post-divestiture version of TikTok. The government argued that the court should use the rational basis test, which is the lowest level of review, and not surprisingly, the government argued for rational basis review. And as we talked about, the standard there is that the government's actions have to be rationally related to a legitimate government interest. That is an extremely, extremely low bar. The government can usually come up with a rational reason, meaning basically any reason whatsoever that is related to a legitimate government interest, meaning basically any governmental interest at all. All the government has to do is show that there's a hypothetical connection between the interest and the statute's goals. So this litigation went up on appeal. In TikTok versus Garland, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia upheld the constitutionality of the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act. Now, the first question for the court was what standard of review to apply. And the court said, quote, "We conclude that the act implicates the First Amendment and is subject to heightened scrutiny. Whether strict scrutiny or intermediate scrutiny applies is a closer question. The relevant portions of the act are facially content neutral, but the government arguably based its content manipulation justification for the act upon the content on the platform. We think it only prudent, therefore, to assume without deciding that the higher standard applied." Now, side note, what does a court mean when it says it assumes without deciding that a certain standard applies? Well, the court is declining to rule as a matter of law that a particular standard applies, usually because the outcome of a case would be the same regardless of which standard the court used. And in something that basically never happens, the Court of Appeals ruled that the government could clear the high bar set by strict scrutiny. Part one of the test is whether the government has a compelling interest. And the Court of Appeals said, quote, "The government offered two national security justifications. One, to counter the PRC's efforts to collect great quantities of data about tens of millions of Americans, and
then sue me, Repicad.
Two, to limit the PRC's ability to manipulate content covertly on the TikTok platform. The former does not reference the content of speech or reflect disagreement with an idea or message. The court agreed with the government that China posed a, quote, hybrid commercial threat.
One second, I gotta hand something off to my girlfriend. All right, here we go.
Because it had adopted laws that enable it to access and use data held by Chinese companies. Now, does the US have any evidence that China has leveraged these relationships to access American data? Well, it's classified, apparently. Now, all this was appealed to the
I thought that I was having a stroke for a second.
All this was appealed to the Supreme Court, and in the government's brief there, Attorney General Merrick Garland said Congress has received classified security briefings about TikTok. Theoretically, a court could have ordered the government to produce evidence from these briefings in an in-camera review, meaning a secret review, which would ensure the information was kept secret, but so far no court has asked the government to provide evidence of those briefings. So the national security threats are hypothetical. The government predicts that if the Chinese government asked TikTok to, quote, manipulate content for censorship, propaganda, or other malign purposes, TikTok would try to comply with that order. But TikTok asserted that the government's concerns about data collection were made in bad faith. America is the only member of the G7 without a federal data privacy legislation or unified approach to data governance. TikTok and many other apps, collect large swaths of data about its users, including device information, IP address, keystroke patterns, activity across devices, browsing and search history, etc., and location data. Now, this is my opinion, but if data collection is a national security threat, then maybe Congress should pass a data privacy law stopping Twitter and Facebook from collecting the same data as TikTok. You know, just a thought. But the Court of Appeals saw things differently. Quote, that the act does not fully solve the data collection threat posed by the PRC does not mean it was not a step in the right direction. And the court quoted liberally from the government's brief, stating, quote, as Assistant Director of National Intelligence, Casey Blackburn explained, the PRC is the most active and persistent cyber espionage threat to the US government, private sector, and critical infrastructure networks. Its hacking program spans the globe and is larger than that of every other major nation combined. The PRC has pre-positioned itself for potential cyber attacks against US critical infrastructure by building out offensive weapons within that infrastructure. Consistent with that assessment, the government has found persistent PRC access in US critical telecommunications, energy, water, and other infrastructure. And the court noted that a bipartisan group of legislators concluded that China tracks user data. Quote, of particular relevance to the government's first justification for the act, the PRC has engaged in extensive and years-long efforts to accumulate structured data sets, in particular on US persons to support its intelligence and counterintelligence operations. So the court found that the government's two national security justifications were compelling state interests. And it's not surprising that the court deferred to the federal government's judgment about the severity of the national security threats. However, that's only the first part of the strict scrutiny test analysis. In part 2 of the test, the government has to show that the law is narrowly tailored to that interest, or that it's the least speech restrictive means available to the government. But TikTok proposed a number of less speech restrictive options that they argued could have satisfied the government's goals without burdening speech. Quote, these include disclosure or reporting requirements, the government using speech of its own to counter any alleged foreign propaganda, limiting TikTok's collection of location and contact data, and extending the ban of TikTok on government devices to government employees' personal devices. But the court rejected these options, instead agreeing with the government that data collection and content manipulation are not the type of harm that can be remediated by disclosure. Traditionally, the remedy for speech we disagree with is more speech. That's a foundational aspect of the First Amendment. But here the court rejects this principle entirely. Quote, the idea that the government can simply use speech of its own to counter the risk of content manipulation by the PRC is likewise naive. The court said, quote, the petitioner's attempt to frame the use of government speech as a means of countering alleged foreign propaganda is beside the point. It is the secret manipulation of the content on TikTok, not foreign propaganda, that poses a grave threat to national security. No amount of government speech can mitigate that threat nearly as effectively as divestiture. The court also dismissed the TikTok creator's argument that the government could achieve its goals by banning TikTok from collecting the data. Quote, the data collection risks identified by the government include the PRC's ability to use TikTok for bulk collection of data and for targeted collection on individuals. But frankly, it's possible that the court is the one that misunderstands the bulk collection risks, not the TikTok creators. Lots of websites and social media platforms collect the same information about its users, and sometimes more. Again, the US does not have a comprehensive data privacy law. And the court says that the government can't monitor what TikTok does, so it would have no way of knowing whether the app complied with the data collection regulations. As a result, the court says the only option that would meet the government's goals is full divestiture. But frankly, divestiture wouldn't even stop the data collection practices either. Say, for example, that ByteDance did sell the app to somebody else. That app is still free under American law to collect all that information and sell it. That means the law is wildly under-inclusive. And the law doesn't even apply to American companies like Facebook, which arguably has worse data collection and privacy practices than TikTok does. And TikTok also argued the law is over-inclusive, which means it includes more people and entities than it needs to.
But the difference is that Facebook isn't a foreign entity, right? Like, here's the thing. When it comes to like TikTok, or when it comes to any of these social media apps that are owned by foreign nationals or owned by foreign governments, like, the problem is they would never allow our apps in their country for the exact reason why we're trying to ban TikTok, right? Like, they have actually worse reasons, because they don't want their people to see that, you know, the United States is, you can criticize your own government without any kind of reprieve. It's not this horrible, you know, capitalist hellhole in the way that the Chinese government sells to its people, or that the Russian government tells its people, right? That like the United States is like a generally like good place to live or anything like that. They don't want people to see that, because then it might make their people like pretty upsetty spaghetti that everything kind of sucks. Like, if you don't live within, I think 100 or 150 square or like a radius around Moscow, then your your chances of having indoor plumbing plummet down to hell. All right. Like the quality of life of people in Russia is equivalent to that of like, and we're talking only in the core area of like St. Petersburg and Moscow. Like their quality of life is around that of Great Britain in the 1970s, right? Like they're 50 or 60 years behind where we are in terms of like quality of life and access to consumer goods and the price of goods and shit like that. The availability of air conditioning and heating and shit like that. Like these things are just like not there. Did you forget the Tucker Carlson video in Russia? They have bread. They do have bread, and they have those little escalators for your shopping cart, right? America definitely doesn't have either of those things. Like, and it's in Moscow, you know, the richest area of the entire country. Go closer to the border of Ukraine. The further you get away from Moscow, the less likely you are to have indoor plumbing. That is a fact of Russia. It's just not one that they talk about that much because it's an embarrassment, because they'd be shitting out in the woods.
To achieve the law's purpose. The act applies to, quote, another ByteDance product, CapCut, that can be used to edit videos on various platforms, including TikTok, but does not collect user data or present an opportunity for PRC manipulation of content. But the Court of Appeals concluded that everything related to ByteDance is theoretically just as harmful as TikTok. And as for TikTok's free speech argument, the court said that the government is actually furthering free speech rather than hindering it. A foreign government threatens to distort free speech on an important medium of communication. Using its hybrid commercial strategy, the PRC has positioned itself to manipulate public discourse on TikTok in order to serve its own ends. The PRC's ability to do so is at odds with free speech fundamentals. Indeed, the First Amendment precludes a domestic government from exercising comparable control over a social media company in the United States. Here, the Congress, as the executive proposed, acted to end the PRC's ability to control TikTok. Understood in that way, the act actually vindicates the values that undergird the First Amendment. But I guess at least the court acknowledged that the act frequently referred to the content of TikTok's speech. Quote, in fact, the government identifies a particular topic, Taiwan's relationship to the PRC, as a significant potential flashpoint that may be a subject of the PRC's influence operations, and its declarants identify other topics of importance to the PRC. And yet the court agreed with the government that, quote, the act is not an effort to control the flow of ideas to the public. But TikTok lost in the Court of Appeals and then appealed to the Supreme Court. The justices agreed to fast-track the briefing and held arguments on January 10th, 9 days before the law was set.
Also, I just ate like a fairly large edible, so we have about 15 minutes until I start feeling something. So prepare for that incoming.
To go into effect. See, when the Supreme Court wants to fast-track something like a private business interest, they can. But it's good that they took 2 years to decide US versus Trump, because that obviously wasn't as important as a dance app. Now, obviously, if you're operating a social media network, you'll want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of those data breach letters,
you can get real weed now. Yeah, I can.
Or dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help
Can't
find
afford
you
it
the
on
right
a regular
attorney.
basis.
Because it's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can maximize your recovery. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up.
Raucous, I don't know if I've told this story on stream, but you certainly haven't heard it. The other week, I don't know if I should say who exactly, but some older people that we know came and visited for Christmas, not relatives necessarily, but they got delayed on their flight trying to leave, so they got a bag of gummies because it's legal in Virginia, and they gave me the rest, and I ate a whole one, and I was sitting there just zoning, and I couldn't move, and like, it's not like I don't have a tolerance, right? I was just like uncomfortably high, and I couldn't even speak up to tell Allison that, hey, I'm uncomfortably high, right? So I'm sitting there like this. I'm sitting there like struggling to swallow my own spit, and Allison looks over at me. I get dizzy then vomit. I don't get dizzy or vomit or anything. I just was just uncomfortably high. And she went and looked at the package, and what they told me was a 20 milligram gummy was a 200 milligram gummy. I literally took 10 times more than I had ever taken in my entire life at one time. Just like, absolutely. Yeah, I did get absolutely.
Up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, You need the Eagle team. And now the Supreme Court has upheld the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary-Controlled Applications Act, clearing the way for TikTok to be banned in the U.S. on Sunday. The court ruled that the U.S. government has a compelling interest in protecting sensitive user data from potential misuse by foreign adversaries, particularly the Chinese government. TikTok apparently poses a significant risk to American citizens because of ByteDance's ties to China, which could enable unauthorized access to personal data of U.S. users. The Supreme Court ruled, quote, "There's no doubt that for more than 170 million Americans, TikTok offers a distinctive and expansive outlet for expression, means of engagement, and source of community. But Congress has determined that divestiture is necessary to address its well-supported national security concerns regarding TikTok's data collection practices in relationship with a foreign adversary. For the foregoing reasons, we conclude that the challenge provisions do not violate petitioners' First Amendment rights." Now, the first takeaway from this opinion is that the court found that the act was a content-neutral restriction. A restriction is content-based if it regulates speech because of the subject matter, idea, or message being conveyed. Several U.S. lawmakers expressed concerns about Chinese propaganda when they drafted the act. However, the court did not consider evidence suggesting that the act targeted certain viewpoints. Quote, "We are especially wary of parsing Congress's motives on this record with regard to an act passed with striking bipartisan support." Now, bipartisan legislation is rare, but that doesn't say anything about whether something is constitutional or not. Now, the court ruled that the government...
Did you know that we have we read about that earlier. We read about that earlier. It didn't... do I still have the... Yeah, like, I mean, I don't know about the amendment process, like when it comes to it has to be, ratified by this time period, like the argument that yeah, I know. But like the fact that they're like, well, this wasn't in the text of the bill, this was in the preamble, so it's not legally binding. I don't know how that'll, like, we'll see how it plays out in the courts, because, I mean, depending on what the courts say, Biden could be right. I don't, yeah, like, just like based off of reading this, it seems like he has a points, he has something behind it, but like also I don't know what the courts will say. So I guess we'll just have to wait to see what the courts say. I'm not super, I don't know, upset or excited about it. It's funny that the progressives are going crazy congratulating themselves for amending the Constitution. Oh, I only heard about it because of someone I used to argue with posted a video on Twitter, and then we watched it. Oh, oops. What did I just join? Oh, shit. I just joined a voice channel in Discord, just clicking around. Oops. Oh, man. His own national archivist disagrees. Well, the archivist said, let me see here. Sorry, I misread it earlier. I thought that they were saying we'll do whatever the courts say. When or if that will happen is unclear. Yeah, I don't know why anyone would be bragging about this, but it seems like it's up in the air legally. I guess we'll just have to like wait and see. The reason Biden did this is probably to like put pressure on people to like make it happen. But that there's some legal controversy here, well, the NPR isn't pretending anything. They're laying out what both sides of the argument are. Sorry, J-Mac, you forgot where you're at. We like mainstream media here, all right? And we'll actually like charitably read what they say. You've already covered it? Yeah. I'm not like too concerned about it. We're mostly playing Pokemon and watching a video game.
Quote, had a content-neutral justification for the act. Quote, preventing China from collecting vast amounts of sensitive data from 170 million US TikTok users. Now, content-neutral laws are generally subject to intermediate scrutiny, which, as we discussed, is less rigorous than strict scrutiny. And just like the DC Circuit, the Supreme Court, quote, assumed without deciding that the challenge provisions fall within this category and are subject to First Amendment scrutiny. So they engage in a First Amendment analysis, just not strict scrutiny, because they claim it's content neutral. Now, the second takeaway from the court's opinion is that the act apparently balanced the government's national security interest with petitioners' First Amendment rights. Quote, the act's prohibitions and divestiture requirements are designed to prevent China, a designated foreign adversary, from
That's the thing. There isn't an argument. There literally is. They said that the archivist is required to publish the amendment once it's ratified. They said they're just purely ministerial in nature. There's a long-standing position of the archivist in the National Archive. The underlying legal procedural laws have not changed, the archive statement said, and they're trying to like pressure them to like they're like seemingly gearing up to go to court over it. So like that would be, yeah. There's long legal controversy over the ERA. Here, I'll read exactly what it said. The issue has long been the subject of legal controversy. In 2020, the National Archivist, who is charged with making constitutional amendments official, declined to certify the amendment, citing an opinion from the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel. The department said it considered the ERA to be expired after a 1982 ratification deadline was missed. In 2022, the Office of Legal Counsel released an opinion affirming the 2020 decision. Shogun, blah, 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 Biden appointee said in their 2022 confirmation hearing that the Biden administration had not asked her about her position on ERA ratification before nominating her. She added that there would be, or she would abide by the Office of, I remember why we didn't read the whole thing out loud on stream, and that's because I can't speak today. Jesus. She added that the court, that she would abide by the Office of Legal Counsel's opinion, saying the ERA's fate would be decided by courts or Congress. So it seems like there has been some sort of like back and forth about this for a little while. Oh, okay. I understand. We just have a different standard of saying that there's not an argument. Yeah, I don't know why, but you already covered. Sorry. No, you're fine, man. Like, listen, we're at the part of the stream where like I took an edible. We're waiting for that to hit. I don't think I have it in me to even like get mad about anything anymore. We're just vibing, dude. I don't know why he would do this. Like, I don't know why he would do this now. Why he wouldn't have done this like a couple of weeks ago when there was like time to do something. Like, it's just like a little virtue signal, I guess. But also, like, why did Virginia only ratify this back in like 2018? Is that what they said? It took until 2020 for enough state legislators to ratify it. So why were states still ratifying? Well, I think that the like 14th, 15th, and 16th amendments were only ratified in Louisiana or Alabama in like 2015. Last state to ratify 14th amendment. Was it the 15th then? It was one of the Reconstruction ones. This is Tennessee finally ratified the 15th in 97. Was it the 16th amendment? I remember this like, I feel like I was in high school, maybe it was early college. I can't remember which one it was. Oh, this is what it was. Mississippi was the last state to ratify the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which abolished slavery in 1995. That amendment was certified in 2013. They ratified it in 95. And then they only certified that ratification in 2013. This shit's so funny. Is needed allegedly to enshrine that the Constitution prohibited sex-based discrimination. Of course, the courts have already indicated that it does. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know why we need it, because it seems like we have enshrined in law like the equal rights for men and women. But I guess like there's a argument that some people are making that it would make it easier for people to fight for abortion, I guess. I don't know. Same year Batman Forever came out. Same year that I was born. Wait, when did they? March 16th, 1995. Okay, I have never lived in a world, all right? I have never lived in a world where slavery was not abolished in the United States officially, all right? Because I was born on October 31st, 1995. I am not older than slavery. For something related to transgenderism, well, I mean, like if you can't do like sex-based discrimination, if you're discriminating on someone because they have transitioned gender, like you're discriminating them based off of sex, right? Which I could like see the argument for that, but like again, like the transgender thing, it like that's just one thing that I'll never understand how conservatives get so ass mad over like trans people. Like, I hear what they're saying, but like there's like nothing there. Biden is senile enough to think that he can amend the Constitution via social media. I don't think that's so stupid. They're ashamed of their porn habits. I think you do get it. Like, no, what I mean when I say I don't get it, I don't understand having that like level of revulsion for another human being. Like, I hate to sound like this will probably be the soyest thing that I've ever said on stream. All right. And I'll proudly hold on to this badge, but like, I don't understand like where racism comes from, right? Like, do I understand the words that people say and like the reasons given? Yes, I understand that. But like, on like a visceral level, like I've never felt disgusted by trans people. I've never felt disgusted by any other race of people. I've never looked down or felt different about them. Really? Like, that's just like that's my soy opinion. You talked about trans shit for an entire, no, like, listen, that's not what I'm talking about. Like, trust me, I know what you're talking about there. And I already said something about that earlier today in stream. I think that one of the things that the Democrats have up royally, and they've this up for trans people, is they've like put it so front and center that it's probably led to more backlash for trans people than they would have gotten otherwise. Like, things we're like progressively kind of getting better for trans people on a regular basis for, a couple of years. Like, I had never heard of trans people really until I was maybe in high school, right? And even then it was like a pretty alien concept, and I was like, whatever, live and let live. But at the, like over the past couple of years, it went from, people like discovering what transness is and like really interesting little video essays on YouTube to like it being in your face all the time. Right. And it's the same thing with like race relations. I do think race relations when I was in high school were a lot better than they are now. And it wasn't because like, oh, we're not having these difficult discussions or blah, 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 blah. It was because like, man, I feel like the path to healing has been long and arduous, long and arduous, but like we were making strides there, but then we have to like go back and like relitigate all the stuff that we've already said, yeah, no, that's bad, right? And it's not bad to talk about necessarily, but like for it to constantly be talked about all the time in people's faces all the time, probably hurt race relations more than it helped, Like, that's the most shit. I mean, 9/11 didn't help with race relations for Middle Eastern people. Fair. I would say that's a little bit different than, I mean, let's be, it's reality. No, because you're talking to someone who is a progressive, who is like mostly progressive friends and has been like steeped in progressive culture for a very long time. Nobody on the left, nobody in the progressive left has like wanted a race war or hates white people, like in the broadest sense of like what the progressives want. Now, are there crazies? Like, just like you guys would never own any of the Nazis, even though they're getting more and more popular, all right? Only self-inflicted white guilted progressives push this concept of race relations. Yeah, but what's so crazy is like, I don't know any of those people in real life. I've only ever seen those people online, just like you have probably only ever seen those people online, They do hate white people and men. There are people that hate white people and men. I'm not saying that there aren't people, but again, I've never met any of those people in real life. Most of I mostly know Democrats. I don't know any Democrats who hate white people or men. Like, that's just like, well, J-Mac, yeah, no, I don't disagree. Ordinary people don't even think about it, of course, including real racists. Yeah, like, I do think that the progressive movement, they were trying to, like, I think, especially at the beginning, I think that there was a lot more, like, good faith behind it, right? Like, you see a bunch of, like, high school white girls on Tumblr for the first time, and they see a couple of blog posts from, like, some, black poet or some shit about racism, and then they have to speak up and tell everyone how not racist they are, and things snowball out of control. Right. Obviously, that's a super hyperbolic way of like explaining it. But like at the end of the day, I think that's how it kind of like got started. Right. It kind of snowballed and I think things kind of got out of hand on the progressive side. But like, here's the thing. What bothers me so much about people like, I say people like you, J-Mac is probably a little bit more chill about it. Beheller, absolutely not. People like Beheller, right, is that there would never, ever be any, under any circumstances, there would never be any acknowledgement of things going too far on conservative side, right? Like, I'll say, like, yeah, I think that a lot of like the like extremely woke shit is really cringe. I mean, I don't remember what I had a falling out with Rakazan over, but it was probably around the shit with the xenogender shit, right? Like, I have had major arguments with people about that, right? I know when things have gone like too far in terms of like the public conversation, but like you guys would never admit when things have gone too far, right? When we're talking about like the things that Trump has done or that conservatives have done over the past decade, you guys would never like own any of those people, which is pretty crazy to me, right? Which is why like oh shit, I don't want to. Gender is dumb and having an autism. I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. White girls on Tumblr were simping for Columbine shooters. Yeah, I mean, like, Tumblr is a hellscape. Yeah, I don't care about your Trump derangement syndrome. See, exactly. Like, and that's what's, like, so depressing is, like, I just want things to go back to being normal. But, like, you conservatives are not normal, okay? You're not normal. There's something, like, decidedly broken with the conservative mindset right now. And it's so, it's so unbelievable to me that no one will acknowledge that from the conservative side unless they're like the never Trumpers and you guys would never listen to them anyways, right? Like there's never ever any acknowledgement of wrongdoing or of like crazy shit, right? And then there's like the crazy lefties that we have to disavow them and try and make our case, and then you lump us in with them and we're trying to disavow them, but suddenly we're all the same. And like I don't know, I hate lefties, like the cringe like white girls who are starting to learn Mandarin. You know, they're going to spend the next week wasting their lives learning Mandarin until they give up after they learn how to say ni hao, right? Like I hate those girls just as much as I hate conservatives. I don't own those people, but I get lumped in with them. You guys can't disavow anybody. That's why I lump you in with them, because y'all can't disavow anybody. Far-right MAGAs? No, I'm talking about the average Republican right now. I'm talking about the average Republican, the average conservative in the United States will not disavow anything bad that the Republicans do. On average. I'm not saying every single one. I'm saying on average. I will never hear them like admit, yeah, no, I think Donald Trump tried to steal the election. Yeah, I do think that January 6th was really bad. Yeah, I think that, you know, like the tariffs are a really bad idea. Like, I'll never hear this from the average Republican, even though like all those things were decidedly against conservative values in like 2015. Okay? More TDS. I almost want to time you. I don't want to deal with the like Trump gawking that you're doing all the time. Like, just be real for a second. Like this is just like where I'm at. I don't know how to communicate with like the average conservative anymore because like they don't live in the same reality as me. Like I can, and I'll never do this in a debate. Okay, I'll never do this in a debate. But the idea of admitting the faults of my side before a conservative admits, like before a conservative does, like it just never. They slammed Trump for January 6th. What do they say when they're slamming Trump for January 6th? Are they saying that it was his fault? Are they saying that he incited those people in any way? Or is there like all this stuff about how actually it was Nancy Pelosi's fault and it was actually the mayor Bowser and shit, you know? Like there's a million excuses for why Donald Trump failed as president, but there's never any acknowledgement of the bad things that he did. There's a million excuses. There's never any accountability, right? This is why I hate people on the left too. They don't live it with accountability either, right? Like we can look at a million examples of lefties not wanting to take accountability or saying that people are like deserving of something when they really just need to like take accountability for their own lives, right? Like those people who don't get a job and they won't do anything to better themselves, but they beg for money all day long on Twitter with their GoFundMes, right? Those people need to take accountabilities for their lives. They need to, you know, grow the up and go get a job. Sorry, that's the way that the world gets, or the way that the world works. The edible is hitting, so you guys might start like running into the fact that I'm going to lose my train of thought soon. But responsibility for whipping up people into a frenzy, his continued pushing of false allegations of bad election counts, etc. Man, I would love to meet and talk to some of those conservatives, because goddamn, the only conservatives that I see and know personally say the actually they were all marching peacefully, and it was the police that incited the riot and blah blah blah, and it was all the you know, the FBI had plants there and blah 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 blah, right? Like I never hear anyone admit that just for a second Donald Trump failed in his like duties as president. Yeah, they let them in. They guided them through the Capitol. When I hear the average conservative talk like that about what happened on January 6th, maybe I'll be more willing to admit the faults of the left, right? But like I'm supposed to have a debate on Monday. We'll see if it happens, because the one thing that I'm asking this to do is like bring some receipts or tell me what I did wrong. But it's all about how my messaging is just horrible, and this is why Donald Trump got elected. Donald Trump got elected because the economy was bad. Donald Trump got elected because people thought that the cats and dogs being eaten by Haitian immigrants and all of the horrible shit that came out of that was more funny than it was bad, right? Like, I just don't want to read like the soy slop gawking of Donald Trump right now, when everybody else is at least being like normal in chat. You should find a rope beheller. Economy is not bad. Well, yeah, the economy isn't actually bad, but that's the perception that people have. People are very, very fickle with their feelings on the economy, but I don't want to get into that discussion right now because I took an edible. Like, at the end of the day, the sentiment that like got Donald Trump elected was the economy is bad. That was the sentiment. And like it or not, Democrats need to be better at messaging. That's what the Democrats suck at, is messaging. They couldn't explain to people that, hey, the Inflation Reduction Act was pretty base. The CHIPS Act was pretty base. The American Rescue Plan was pretty great. Like, there's a million things that we can point towards that were really good for the average American. But like at the end of the day, the Democrats just suck. They just suck at messaging, which is the like biggest issue and the most irritating thing to deal with in like having these conversations. Didn't I just put you in timeout? Go back. Can you please not say the R word? You're being highly offensive to mentally disabled individuals. I have the pass. I am neurodivergent. Kill yourself. I need to chill out. Like, off. Like, you can't tell me what to do. Everyone called me my entire life, and now I don't get to call you guys. You. You should play the N64 port of Resident Evil 2. Well, we've already decided on the games that I'm going to be playing on N64. And I don't own that one, so... 1 second. It's not a messaging problem. It was the message that was the problem. Wait, J-Mac, are you... Yeah, our message was dog shit. We didn't, like, explain any of our, like, benefits. Like, this is the state of being a Democrat in the U.S. right now, okay? This is the state of being a Democrat in the U.S. Like, it is not cool to be a Democrat. Half of the country is, like, sucking the of a dude who, like, has flaunted every single value that the country has held for forever. Okay, like, a Democrat right now is impossible to win, because no matter what we say, it's all Trump derangement syndrome. There's no criticism that I can give of Donald Trump that you guys view as legitimate. There is no criticism of like the broader conservative movement or the crazy shit that we see online with Elon Musk that is seen as legitimate. There's no criticism that we can give of anyone that's legitimate for some reason, but like the crazy shit that you see them throw out that is provably false, that is all like, well, it's their opinion, dude. Like, well, it's just their opinion that Haitians are just eating the cats and dogs. It's just their opinion that eggs cost $60, even though they don't. Like, it's, I don't know what to tell you. Like, the Democrats are just like in a losing game right now when it comes to any kind of discussion over this. And the fact that they put so much emphasis on the id poll, so much emphasis that I would say that it was so much emphasis that it hurt those people that it was trying to help. That was the message. Yeah. So it was a messaging problem. Sounds like you actually think everyone should say it. I would love for you to come on my stream right now. I'm on the roller coaster up to being giga high. I cannot wait to talk to some person who wants to tell me I can't say. Talking to the conservatives right now isn't making me mad. The person woke scolding me over whether I can say a word or not is making me mad. Off. Jesus Christ. The best you guys could say was, see all this legislation that hasn't had any effect yet? It's wonderful. Yeah, unironically. Like, I'm sorry that the average American is so that they don't understand. Sorry, assist, all right? But the average American is so They don't understand the fact that, like, when you pass a bill, especially one that's really, really big and that has an effect on the economy, it's almost like it's going to take a little bit for that shit to kick in. It's almost like people, like individuals, won't see that at like an instantaneous level unless you're doing something that's negative for the economy, like, I don't know, tariffs, something that will have an immediate impact on prices, something that will have an immediate impact on the average person. Tariffs, a tax, a literal tax. It's the definition of a tariff. You threw up a DEI NPC candidate who literally couldn't speak clearly about political principles or values and participated in a cover-up of a senile president. The very fact, like, and I hate you specifically for this, but I also hate conservatives, that the second that you guys see a black person or a woman, you use DEI, like, to describe them. The fire chief of LA is like the most qualified person in the entire world, and everyone is like blaming her as a DEI candidate, even though she was like, has 30 plus years of experience, has like on a consistent basis tested high for like certifications, tested high at the top of her class at the like fire academy or some shit like that. Like, at the end of the day, DEI to you pedophile. Sorry, I'm high and I just wanted to. You're not a pedophile. I need to chill the fuck out. You are okay. You are, and the reason that you're is you see a woman and you think DEI. Okay, conservatives see woman, they see like a shade of like skin that's darker than mine, and then suddenly the literal only reason that person could be in that position is because they're black or they have a vagina. Like, that's your worldview, and it's like, you're actually subhuman to me. It's unbelievable to like look at a person and immediately assume that they are not qualified because of those reasons, right? And then when someone brings out the like, oh, well, actually this person has 30 years of experience and like has routinely tested at the highest level of their class and at these like high or for like certifications and for degrees and shit like that. I would have loved to see Tulsi nominated to the left. Yeah, because you're an enemy of the state, and so is Tulsi. There are 3 people that should never be confirmed to their cabinet positions. That's Tulsi Gabbard, that Pete Hegseth dude, and Kash Patel. Those 3 people, those are enemies of the state, and especially Tulsi. Like, she's an Assad simp. She covered for the guy who the United States had labeled as an enemy of the United States, and she was saying, actually, he's not so bad, and he would never gas his own people. This woman who like listens to news sources from our enemies. I don't know if she was being paid by Russia. I wouldn't make that claim without knowing exactly, but she certainly gets a lot of her news, even to the chagrin of her like staffers, that she would believe the news reporting from RT over our own intelligence agencies. And now they're going to put her as like director of national security? Well, Rakusan, if you can find a link on something like that, let me know. And we got like, hey guys, I'm telling you, like 5 more minutes before I'm like full send high. All right. I can already feel it. I just scrolled by and heard you are a chill out, bro. I'm sorry. I have the pass. Man, you know what? Maybe TikTok getting banned is going to send me over the edge, and I'm just going to like 12 gauge mouthwash myself. Cause like the idea of like all the TikTokers coming over and crying about me saying on every single stream is going to end me. It's going to end me. That is a worse fate. That is a worse fate than having to talk to like Trump sucks all day. Jesus Christ. No way you just called me a TikToker? I'm just assuming. All right. Is there anything else that we need to go over before I end stream? I found a link. Oh, yeah. What's just copy paste the title. I forgot that stupid YouTube. Let me kill this Pidgey really quick and then you're just kidding, rolling? No, I need to end before I say something that's going to get me banned. Did I tell someone to kill themselves a minute ago? Because that might need to get, that might need to get edited out. It seems you love name calling and it seems like you love name calling, bullying, and calling people less than human because people did it to you in high school. I don't care what you believe, but you have suppressed rage for people. I am My rage is not suppressed, assist. It is out in the open. I am demonstrating it right now. I have rage. It's not because of what people did to me in high school. I had a pretty good upbringing, okay? I never got bullied in that way, all right? I am a neurodivergent person. You can't tell me what to say, what I can say, what I can't say. It's stupid when people go around like unironically, the fact that everyone like polices language this hard is probably one of the reasons why Donald Trump got elected. Like, please, we could say, okay, hold your upsetty spaghettiness for the actual like big bad boy slurs. Okay, when someone says the N-word, all right, you can get upset about it. Okay, but nobody cares about the word. All right, instead of being used all the time. Yeah, well, the less sober I am, the harder it becomes to control my language. It's just a tick. Yeah. I mean, like, honestly, I should like reduce it from my vocabulary. I've tried in the past. It is significantly harder when I'm high though. So you then like kill yourself. Loser. I was like getting legitimately heated by people coming in and like telling me like, man, you need to wear a R word. As a result of assuming offense for... I want you to explain to me exactly what you mean. I have rage as a result of assuming offense for others. I'd be down to chat with you on stream. Well, now I'm high. You missed your chance, okay? I've moved back from that. You can talk to me next time. All right, we're not gonna be doing this for too much longer. One second, I need to turn on my earphones. I forgot that they turned off. And the silence is killing me, so we're going to... No, now I know you're lying, because the left, if you're talking about Democrats, if you're including Democrats in that, anyone but the far left who are mainly online, like too anxious to call to like order pizza people. All right. Those are the people that you're talking about. Okay. But like, most Democrats do not have a favorable view of China. They see China as an enemy of the United States. I don't think that the average Democrat has a favorability. China, U.S. polls. I want to know by political party. By a political affiliation. This was May 1st of 24. Most Americans hold an unfavorable view of China, 81% unfavorable. I want to see not just the very, I want to say, oh, come on. They have like only the very unfavorable. I want to say like, see what the total of unfavorable by Democrats is. What are you saying? Sorry, I'm not reading chat at all. No, they don't, which is why they oppose strenuously any significant trade punishment, and they whine incessantly when we propose upping defense spending specifically to deal with China. Biden has been like very like strongly pushing back against China and like saying that we stand with Taiwan. Like Biden has done that like for the entirety of his presidency. The U.S. military is like currently on a strong footing, getting prepared for any kind of action that China might take against Taiwan. We're like, under Biden, we were rallying our Pacific allies to defend Taiwan. The Eagle Act or Compete Act. JMac, post both of those in the Discord for me so I can read about them later. Merely cover for their weird progressive wish list? I don't know what the that means. China is an enemy of the United States. That's why Democrats don't like them. There's no secret communist plot within the like broader Democratic Party. I get emails from the DNC. I get emails from like local DNC chapters because I signed up to a bunch of newsletters. Nobody's talking about being soft on China at all. Why would it be an internal DNC shit? No one takes him seriously. Well, I think China's taking him seriously because their actions in the South China Sea and their actions of like what they're doing with their military seem to match up with increased, surveillance and shit from the United States. So, but whatever. One sec. I I need to get to the next town before I end the stream. That's what I'm going to do. Also, can I get like some music that's not like horribly depressing? Hey, let's do this. Catch you later, Rakasan. The Biden administration permits now routine surveillance flyovers by China. They've utterly failed to dissuade China messing with the Philippines and continuing their unlawful expansion into the South China Sea. The reason, do you understand the reason why all the nations there are having trouble with China in the South China Sea? The United States is like building a giant coalition of people that used to hate us, like Vietnam. Vietnam is now a Pacific ally of the United States. Philippines, Guam, we have Australia and Japan and South Korea, all these nations, all like in a power block against China because China's with all of them too. Like, are you kidding me? This has happened under Biden. Just like Biden had tough words before Ukraine 2.0 and Russia laughed at him, they didn't laugh for very long once all of their tanks were like falling off or falling apart on the roadside leading to Kyiv. They weren't laughing then when we sent all of our Stinger missiles over there. They weren't laughing when we like have crippled their economy and economic future through all of the economic sanctions that we've done to them. And now that like all outlets that they did have that were previously held agreements are like all drying up from EU and through Ukraine and shit, they're projected. There was like something that happened like 2 weeks ago where it was like, oh shit, like there have been like, you know, slower and slower growth, but like even the Russian government is predicting its first like contraction since the war began. And if their own government is doing that, it's probably going to be even worse than they're letting on. So like, yeah, do you think that Russia's laughing now after they've lost like over, like, what is the death toll in Russian death toll? Ukraine. Oh, that's not what we want. We want 700,000 killed and wounded is the U.S. estimate. Russia estimates 156,000. Still going on, and our best result is speculating that Russia is ruining its future economy. The very best we can say right now about our support. No. Are you did you miss the other half of what I said? All the Stinger missiles, all the munitions, all of that. Like the fact that like Ukraine is still around is because of us. Okay, let's be clear about that. They survived the first couple of weeks on their own, all right, because Russia couldn't get their shit together. And then once we started sending like massive amounts of weaponry over there, they have survived and actually gained some of their territory back. You have such a low opinion of the United States. It actually disgusts me. As someone who says that they're like more patriotic or that they love the country more or something like that, you have such a low opinion of everything that the United States does. But the things that we have done for Ukraine has allowed them to actually survive. No, I have a low opinion of Biden. This would have happened under any president. Are you? The decision to invade Ukraine didn't come out of nowhere. But the political leadership wilted. The Republicans were the ones that were wanting to hold back aid to Ukraine, J-Mac. The Democrats wanted to send more and quicker. You don't get to blame the Democrats for that. You don't get to blame the Democrats for that. That's insane. There was almost a government shutdown over the fact that we were trying to tie Ukraine aid. Oh, I'm sorry. Was it the government shutdown or aid to Israel? Or no, it was both. They tried to tie Israel and Ukraine aid to a like continuing resolution. And you guys were like, yeah, the funding Israel is great, but like we're not giving another penny to those Slavs. Like years after it was clear that no, they've been against it from the beginning. You guys hate people like Lindsey Graham because he was on that shit from the beginning. No, J-Mac, you're like running away because you know that you're wrong here, just like on the timelines and who's at fault here. Now you want to talk about the border. Pussy. Before the invasion, Republicans wanted stronger action, preemptive action. Do you think they were calling for kinetic strikes against Russia? The only reason that people knew that this was like gonna happen was because the US intelligence agencies told Biden, and then Biden was like, hey, tell everybody, like 2 months before it happened. I'll have to look back at it. I would assume that if they were saying that, well, hold on, before we start sending Stinger missiles, right? Because you guys have some Stinger missiles already. Before we do that, let's like try and chill the out and like try and get to the table. I'm pretty sure that there was a lot of like attempted negotiations with Putin before the invasion, right? Now, it might have been cowardice. I would have to look back at the articles, but like that doesn't sound like necessarily a bad thing unless we're only looking in hindsight is 2020 and saying, oh, well, we know that now that Russia would have invaded either way. Hey, remember, I don't defend the action of previous Democrats. I'm talking about like what's going on right now, because your party is not the same party it was back in 2014. You guys all got more. Okay, hold on. I need to get to the next town. I keep on saying I need to get to the next town, and I don't go to the next town. This is going to be a long battle. Let's see if there's anything interesting that we can watch here. God, this guy won't die. What's something interesting to do? Am I going to run? No, I'm not going to run out of PowerPoints.
Nintendo spends a shocking amount of time and energy antagonizing the gaming community. And yet, I bought a Wii, I bought a Wii U, I bought a Switch, I bought an OLED Switch, and I'm gonna buy a Switch too. Why? Because nobody does what Nintendo do. I mean, who else could tease an upcoming console with the performance of a 1.5 generation old competing machine, and yet have the community say, sounds great, because the games for it are going to rock. Speaking of community scuttlebutt, this may be the most leaked Nintendo hardware ever. And on top of the official announcement, there is a lot more that we know, or at least mostly know, that makes us pretty excited about the Switch 2. Let's begin the adventure of sorting through it all.
It's dangerous to go alone. Take this.
Yeah, that's just so cringe.
Switch 2 early. Of course. It's our sponsor, D-Brand. Always masters of with the good news. Good console. But while at first glance you might think it was pretty light on the details, the keen-eyed have been gleaning a ton of info. Let's start with the good news. Given Nintendo's track record of following up their most successful launches with hyper-confusingly named successors, a simple 2 on the end of the name feels like a pretty smart move, especially given that the vision for the Switch 2 seems to be remarkably similar to the original, just in a substantially larger package that actually looks a lot like the handheld gaming PCs that seem to have prodded Nintendo into action here. But don't kid yourself. The plain black exterior is packed with subtle Nintendo charm and refinements, like a better kickstand, a new dock, and 2 USB-C ports, meaning better ergonomics while charging.
Please concede something, J-Mac. That's just like what I need someone to be critical of their own side that like disagrees with me, because like people that agree with me will criticize our own side, or will concede that there's something wrong with our side. And leftists and conservatives just never do that. That's just like what I need. I need someone to be like real about like what they believe for a minute. Fought for more aid and more lethal aid, not around with funding for other issues like border or Israel. Yeah, but like a lot of them were questioning the fact that we would ever help Ukraine from the very beginning, and that was like a major split in that. Like you can't deny that the GOP has in its ranks, especially like the extreme MAGA wing of Congress, right? Like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert and people like that. Those are not the people. One second, youngster Joey. There was a major split within the GOP. Yes, and like there was just like too much there. Okay. Oh shit. Oh yeah, it is battle. God damn it. Like Russian propaganda has like rotted the mind of the average American, and it's starting to bleed into our lawmakers' brains, and that's utterly terrifying. Like knowing as much as I do about like Russian history, right, and the fact that like there's like Soviet shit going on, and Putin was an ex-KGB agent, and they're using old Soviet style like manipulation tactics, and it's working on the United States, and it's like actually terrifying to me. Like, I want a Republican Party that I disagree with, not that I think are like enemies of the state. You know, imagine if the pro-Ukraine side of the GOP sided with the pro-Ukraine side of the Democrats to get more aid. Yeah, but like they don't have spines. I think people oversell Russian propaganda. No, dude, it's really bad. And it's not like Russian, the thing about Russian and Soviet style propaganda. And this is like interesting historically, like you can look back at old Soviet, like propaganda shit going on and like see the exact parallels, but they're not trying to like Russian propaganda doesn't mean, oh, you must like Donald Trump, comrade. I mean, fellow patriot. We love comrade Trump. Like, it's not that. The Soviet misinformation and Russian disinformation nowadays is just making the information space so fraught with fake news, half-truths, like misconstrues, like all sorts of shit like that, you know? Like it's making a million accounts that say a million different things and then having them like agree with each other, even though there's like competing narratives all going on at once. And it makes it to where people will listen to one set of news that they already tend to agree with anyways, right? Because we have our biases and everybody does. Makes it to where they're like, I don't know who to trust, so I'm just going to pick one person. I'm going to trust them no matter what. And this person already agrees with me on most things, so I'm just going to stick with them. And now we have what we have, which is horrible. Is this a trainer? Oh, it is. Yeah, Beheller, I do. I should have just put 24 hours. I thought you'd just go away. Jesus Christ. The only reason they could be successful at that is because the left so corrupted the news media landscape. There's just nothing. There's just nothing. I literally don't even have a response to that. Here, we're gonna listen to the funny video game thing, okay? We're gonna listen to the funny video game thing, and then I'm going to end stream after I get to Violet City, okay? I need to get the away from this. Jesus Christ. Composition of the legacy media, mainstream media, and the editorial boards that ran these spaces. And don't forget the college campuses that are thoroughly corrupted by the Marxist left. Yeah, you guys argue about that. I'm getting to Violet City. That. Jesus Christ.
And better support for multiple accessories without needing a dongle. All without sacrificing the headphone jack. Now that is courage. The new Joy-Cons also look great. The magnetic mounting mechanism looks way less finicky than the previous sliding one. And thank goodness, they are slightly larger for those of us who aren't literal children, but still enjoy Mario Party. Both Joy-Cons appear to have infrared sensors this time, and we've seen speculation that this strange hole on the controller rail may actually be for a laser for mouse functionality. For a brief moment, the Joy-Cons were moving all mouse-like here, which maybe confirms the leaks from a few weeks ago. I don't know. Personally, I think it's more likely that it'll slot into like a cardboard cheese grater for a minigame or something, but who knows with Nintendo. Now, exclusive to the right Joy-Con is the mysterious C button. Its exclusion from the left Joy-Con leads us to believe that it controls some kind of function in handheld mode. On past Nintendo controllers, C often meant camera, but it could also be chat, or capture, or a connect button for wirelessly streaming games to your dock, like the Wii U. Okay, that one is speculation on our part. And besides, the only C
what is?
Like sure or a connect button for wirelessly streaming games to your dock, like the Wii U. Okay, that one is speculation on our part. And besides, the only C that I care about is backwards compatibility. That's right, baby. You get to play your OG Switch games, both physical and digital, on your brand new machine. Now, there will be some exceptions. Probably the ones with the weird peripheral requirements. But even so, this is fantastic news because there is a ginormous library of amazing Switch games, many of which performed like absolute dog shit on the underpowered original console. The only question is, how is Nintendo gonna roll this out? Personally, I'd probably just settle for more consistent frame rates. But I'd also be surprised, given recent industry trends, if we didn't also see next-gen visual updates. But will they be free for Nintendo Online subscribers? Will Nintendo and other devs provide them as paid patches? Or will Nintendo pull a Nintendo and lock these patches behind a full-price remaster, forcing us to rebuy Donkey Kong Country Returns for the 5th time.
Why
The
would you
last
buy
of
a
the news
Donkey
is that
Kong
this video
game the first
unintentionally
time?
added credibility to some of the leakers who showed off not only the new shape and Joy-Cons, but also the specs. That's right. While you should always take leaks with at least one grain of salt, we're feeling pretty confident that this list will closely reflect the guts of the Switch 2. Let's start with the GMLX30-R-A1 processor. Really rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? The GMLX30 is an SoC, or system on a chip, that contains the CPU, GPU, memory controller, and the I/O. It's the beating heart of the Switch 2, and from what we know, it appears to be a semi-custom 5nm variant of the originally 8nm NVIDIA Tegra T239 from
Oh man, now this guy's starting to speak another fucking language, dude.
Be a big upgrade. I'm talking 8 tiered ARM cores instead of just 3, and a shockingly potent sounding GPU that uses NVIDIA's Ampere architecture, like the GeForce 3000 series, with 1,536 CUDA cores, 12 streaming multiprocessors, and maybe even other features, such as an optical flow accelerator for frame generation, and 8th gen NVENC video encoding, which could add some weight to our hypothesis about the wireless video streaming. Now, as for other big NVIDIA features, there is no official confirmation that Nintendo will implement support for DLSS AI accelerated upscaling.
Linus Tech Tips. Why do I know that name? Well, I guess he has 16.2 million subscribers. Why do I feel like there was like some drama with him, like with like Destiny or some shit?
Confirmation that Nintendo will implement support for DLSS AI accelerated upscaling. But you mark my words here, guys. If the Switch 2 doesn't have some form of AI upscaling, I will buy and eat an entire box of this Super Mario cereal with Mountain Dew as the milk live on WAN Show. It's gonna happen. Rumors also point to the presence of 48 Gen 3 tensor cores and 2 ray tracing ones, but I'm not eating anything if I'm wrong on those ones. We're a lot more certain, though, about the RAM. It looks like we're going to get 12 gigs of LPDDR5X memory clocked at 7,500 megatransfers per second. That is a big upgrade from the 4 gigs we had before at up to 1,600 megatransfers per second. It comes with 256 gigs of UFS 3.1 flash storage rated at 2,100 megabytes per second. Not sure if that's reads or writes. And it looks like it will be expandable using microSD Express, which is fantastic. It also has support for HDMI 2.1, although truthfully, on a Nintendo console, I'm a little less interested in high resolutions and frame rates, and I'm a little more interested in support for variable refresh rate, which goes a long way towards smoothing out games that are running at sub 60 FPS. And it should also help improve power consumption in handheld mode. And I hear what you're thinking, guys. Cool specs, bro, like your cool, well-fitting blank t-shirts on LTTstore.com. But what do the specs mean? Well, when Digital Foundry did their performance projection based on the T239, what they projected was base PS4 graphics performance augmented with modern GPU features and solid ray tracing support. And given that that lines up well with claims from Bobby Kotick, former CEO of Activision Blizzard, who honestly I wish we didn't have to mention at all, we're fairly confident that that's where we're gonna land. Not mind-blowing for a home console, but pretty exciting for a handheld console, especially one from Nintendo. Especially if you look at Nintendo's track record of delivering exceptional visuals on extremely limited hardware. Like, I can't wait to see what they can pull off on this thing. Speaking of games, the only game shown was presumably a new Mario Kart with possibly support for 24 players if the starting lines are anything to go by. And all I can say about that is, it's about bloody time. I mean, last time Nintendo released a new numbered Mario Kart, Luke.
There is nothing more annoying than an American that says, it's about bloody time. You're not British. You shouldn't pretend to be British. Nobody says that unless they're like trying to be Doctor Who. Like, it's just so cringe. I don't understand when people do that shit.
I mean, last time Nintendo released a new numbered Mario Kart, Luke still lived in the basement at our Langley House studio. Outside of the video, we have 3 other games confirmed for next-gen Nintendo platform releases, but after that, we are deep into Speculationsville. The last new 3D Mario game was 8 years ago, so we may see one of those. The new Pokemon Legends and Xenoblade are due this year, so I wouldn't be surprised if they lined up with the console launch. Metroid Prime 4 is supposed to come out at some point, so Switch 2. For any degree of certainty, though, we'll need to wait until April. But seeing as the Switch 1 had arguably the best launch window in console history, and given that Nintendo clearly hasn't rushed this launch, I'm hopeful that Nintendo can deliver another explosive start to the new generation. As excited as we all are about the first-party titles, though, only time's gonna tell if Nintendo's ecosystem will continue to attract third-party developers. The Switch relied heavily on its enormous install base to incentivize high-effort ports, and there's no guarantee that, especially given that some games are clearly gonna be cross-compatible, the Switch 2 is gonna sell in such quantities. But on the other hand, developers probably won't need to run their games at sub-540p resolutions anymore, and Microsoft has made no secret of their ambitions to grow their software share on other platforms, and for that matter, we've seen hints from Square Enix that former Sony exclusives like Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth could find a new home at Big Red. In spite of all this, however, I doubt the Switch 2 will see the same kind of historic success as the original. First up, it remains to be seen if the performance jump will be big enough to entice the masses. Second, many people bought multiple Switches for their households, sometimes one for the kids and, one for the TV. And as long as the games are also being released on the original Switch, and trust me, with an install base of over 145 million units,
Jesus
that's gonna be
Christ.
for a while. I'm not sure that those parents are going to feel the need to upgrade consoles number 2 or number 3 in the house, at least not in the current economy. And finally, the Switch 2 has a lot more competition than the original. The original landed in a completely barren handheld gaming world. It proved there was an appetite for dedicated handheld gaming devices, but in doing so, since its release, we have seen a flood of excellent options from other parties, like the Steam Deck from Valve and the Ally X from Asus, both of which can run Switch games better than the original Switch can, which, as long as the game libraries overlap, is kind of what the Switch 2 does. At the end of the day, though, as someone who pays for my games, I can't wait to get my hands on the Switch 2 when it comes out later this year. Just like I can't wait to tell you about our sponsor.
D-Brand. They announced...
Cool. All right. I'm ending stream. I'm going to eat dinner. It's been a long one. Yep. All right. Anything else that I should say or do before I go? Probably not. I'm pretty sure there's literally nobody watching right now. All right. To the few people that are watching, I love you very much. I'll catch you guys next time, which I don't know. I guess it's going to be Monday. All right. All right. We'll just watch this stuff.
And funding if you were...
I would sit down. Let me just put it a nicer way. If I'm president, I will have that war settled in one day, 24 hours.
No, I would like to set a goal on a personal level and professional level. I would say let's set it at 100 days and move our way back and figure a way we can do this in the near term to make sure that this solution is solid, it's sustainable.
Well, that gentleman that you just heard from is President-elect Donald Trump's nominee for Special Envoy to Russia and Ukraine. His name is Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg. And as you could hear, I mean, he's kind of throwing cold water on the notion that the war in Ukraine will end on day one of Trump's second term. But to be fair, Trump has also lowered expectations as it pertains to ending the war in Ukraine. And we're going to get to his, lowering of expectations and what he has said in recent months in just a moment. But before we get to that, it is important to understand that, Donald Trump tends to make all these declarative statements about the amazing things he's going to do on day one. Then he tends to walk it back. So as Fox News reports at a Mar-a-Lago news conference on Tuesday, Trump said he knows Putin would like to meet with him, but believes such a meeting would be inappropriate until he's officially sworn in as president on Inauguration Day on January 20th. I mean, he has met with other foreign leaders, or he's had phone calls with other foreign leaders, namely Benjamin Netanyahu. But nonetheless, he added that he'd like to go see the fighting come. He'd like to see the fighting come to an end within 6 months. So, Jake, you had day one, then you have Trump now saying.
It's almost like here's something that's so funny about these people is they say politicians lie, politicians lie, politicians lie, politicians lie. There's nothing good about a politician. They're all blood-sucking vampires that are raping children and drinking their blood. But the second Donald Trump says something, it's automatically truth. And every single time that he changes his mind on something, well, he wasn't lying to us before. There's just a new truth thing that he's saying. Like, it's just so funny. Nobody thought that he was going to be able to, unless he said, we're not going to. Oh, I forgot to pick my Pokemon. I'm getting Cyndaquil. Hell yeah. But yeah, like, what was I saying? There was the fact that he lies and backtracks and stuff like that. Oh, the only way that he was going to be able to end this conflict on day one is how? If he completely sold out, Ukraine, if he stopped sending them supplies, if he stopped supporting them in any way, shape, or form. The second that the aid to Ukraine dries up, then yeah, he would be ending this war. I guess at least some of the people in his orbit have a quarter of a brain, and they talked him out of just like selling them out, right? I guess Zelensky was able to, lick his ear enough to make him feel like he was special, and that he's going to work with Zelensky for the time being until I guess he talks to Putin, and then Putin's going to sweet talk him. But we'll see how it goes. I am cautiously optimistic. I think that there's as equal a possibility that Trump tries to, show I'm Mr. Strongman. I'm not going to let Putin, push me around, right? I'm strong against Russia and I'm strong against China. I'm strong against everyone because I'm Trump and I have a big. There's equally a possibility of that as him like totally cucking to Putin because they have a friendly relationship. But I'm cautiously optimistic about it.
Months. Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg saying 100 days, nice little compromise between Trump from several months ago, or I should say several years ago, because it was in 2023, versus Trump today.
Yeah, I mean, look, Trump is in a lot of ways a standard politician, but he's smart enough to play an authentic populist, which he's not. So, but look, I don't know. He's kind of an old school politician in promising the moon in the sky, and it's annoying to me.
Mr. Jank, he promised that he was going to cut the defense spending, and you were tongue on balls the second that Elon said that might be a good idea. All right, don't pretend like you don't like Trump or that you like that he's your enemy, because you already said MAGA is not your enemy. The establishment is your enemy, even though Trump is like definitionally the establishment. It's insane that he's gonna like pretend like he's against anything that Trump says now.
Me, because I know he's not going to do that stuff, but apparently it's good strategy because his voters believed him. But really, on day one, I mean, there's the only way you could resolve it on day one is if you go to Ukraine and say, we're pulling all your funding, surrender the territories that Russia is in right now immediately. Right?
Yeah.
That's the only way to end it on day one. And even then it would take some time, right? And even then the Ukrainians would push back and go, no, we don't want to give up all of our territory. Not all of it, but all the ones that the Russians occupy. So it was an absurd, nonsensical thing to say in the first place. But ironically, I would say the Democrats should have had enough sense to make other promises that were a little bit more realistic, but at least ones that the American people supported. So I'm curious to see if MAGA is really believed he was going to do it on day one. But then oftentimes they do have excuses, and sometimes it's legitimate. A lot of them say, look, I know he's full of crap, and I know he's not going to get it done on day one. I just hope he gets it done in 6 months. And if that's your belief, okay, I think that's fair.
So before we get to what I think is going to happen and what Trump is likely to do, I do want to give you one more comment that Trump made. This is on December 16th. Trump is talking about ending foreign wars. He did talk about the war in Gaza, but he also talked about Ukraine. Take a look.
I think we're going to be in a good place in the Middle East. I think the Middle East will be in a good place. I think actually more difficult is going to be the Russia-Ukraine situation. I see that as more difficult.
When you say there will be
I don't think they should have allowed missiles to be shot 200 miles into Russia. I think that was a bad thing.
What a retarded
And
fucking
that brought
thing to
the
say.
Koreans in, North Korea.
Time moves in one direction. Us letting them shoot missiles into Russia happened because there were Koreans entering the fray. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, well, they only let the Koreans in because we started shooting missiles. No, the Koreans happened before. Time moves in one direction. What is wrong with you? Are you insane? Oh shit, I forgot. I was supposed to start the short stream. Where is OBS? Oh shit, I'm not even visible on the short stream. God damn. 1 second. There we go. How many edibles deep today? None. I think I'm out of edibles. This is just raw dog me. No ADD medicine. Nothing. Which is why I'm not really doing anything, taking streaming too seriously until I get my medicine. Because I do not want to be, I do not like streaming off my medication. But if I can just sit here and chill and play a video game, then that's what we're going to do. I will say this. I do have tentatively, and I say tentatively because I will not do this debate if people do not communicate within the next couple of hours. Yeah, I have a debate with a WIC panelist set up for Monday. So that might happen, depending. Let me see here. We're all set up on the short stream. Yes, we are. I haven't accidentally destroyed my normal YouTube stream. Cool. All right, let's keep going. Let's go back just a little bit.
To be shot. I see that as more difficult.
When you say there will be
I don't think they should have allowed missiles to be shot 200 miles into Russia. I think that was a bad thing. And that brought the Koreans in, North Korea.
So already on December 16th, he was kind of lowering expectations, but also kind of passing some blame.
That he's, oh, hold on. I might be getting a call that I need to answer. 1 second. Hello? There it is. Alrighty. Pollsters trying to get my information. You. I just want to know, are these people going to call out the fact that he said that they brought in Koreans to defend against the missiles that we're allowing Ukraine to shoot into Russia? Because again, that happened in response to the Koreans being deployed. That happened in response. It was the other way around. We are letting them respond to the constant escalations from Russia. Russia has escalated every part of this war from the invasion to today. All right? Don't say that we let them shoot missiles, therefore they had to ask for reinforcements. It's Russia. They're the ones that are the aggressors. They're the ones that are the escalators.
That brought the Koreans in, North Korea.
Call it
so
out,
already
please.
on December 16th, he was kind of lowering expectations, but also kind of passing some blame to the Biden administration for supplying Ukraine with these rockets, which they then used to fire into Russia. And so he's arguing, well, now the war is a little more complicated, a little more difficult to deal with, especially with the involvement of North Korea. But, a month prior to that, on November 7th, the Kremlin had already been shutting down Donald Trump's alleged ability to end the war quickly. Dmitry Peskov, who is the Kremlin's press secretary, says, of course, it was a bit of an exaggeration when he said he would do it overnight. If the new administration seeks peace rather than continued conflict.
A bit of an exaggeration is doing a lot of legwork, because literally everything that comes out of this subhuman lizard brain freak's mouth is a exaggeration. How are we supposed to know what is a joke, what is supposed to be real? He's the president of the United States. Speak clearly. Do not speak in code and in rhyme and in poems or in jokes or in anything else. All right. Tell the American people what you expect to do and what you expect to do it by. Even if you're not going to be able to accomplish it, say what you're going to try to do. Don't give us an exaggerated piece of shit lie that you're not going to be able to accomplish. I don't know. You can't blame the Democrats on not being able to, if you wanted to do it I want to get this done within the first 100 days. And if I don't get it passed within that first 100 days, it's going to be the Democrats' fault. He could have done something like that. But instead, what the f does he do? What the f it's maybe it's a little bit more complicated. He didn't even like use this to attack the Democrats. He's just a who didn't know that he couldn't control the entire world. Like he's the puppet master marionetting every other country in the world. It turns out maybe international relations are a little bit more complex than America says something and then everybody else does it. All right. Maybe things are a little bit more complicated than that. Now, that's not to say that we don't have a massive amount of influence, but it's also not to say that people can't ignore us if they wanted to, you know? Hey, now watch how you talk about your president. If you listen, Zolo, I'm pretty sure you're a conservative. If your side can sit there and like make images of like Joe Biden bound and gagged in the back of their trucks, if they can like be making hit lists for every single Democratic politician and their families, if they can do shit like that, I can say that the president of the United States, Donald Trump, is a moronic. Okay. Wait, what did I just pressed? Oh, okay. I miss playing this on emulators because, oh my God, you can move so fast. You can move so fast, but there's no speed up button. Oh wait, I did want to go to the options and change the text speed to fast. Battle scene on. I'll put it on set. Actually, no, that's not the point of this shift. Yeah. Oh, we're customizing our game now, boys. I think I like that one. Now. Now we got it. You're talking to the guy trolling after a wildfire. Wait, is Donald Trump spreading conspiracy theories? I've been a little bit disconnected, okay? I've been a little bit disconnected. Just because I think you guys can probably guess why I'm a little bit disconnected.
It will be better than the previous one. And as for Putin, the Russian president did not comment to anything regarding the war in Ukraine or ending it quickly, stating, "I do not know what is going to happen now. I have no clue." Very inspiring words. Now, look, in regard to MAGA and what I think how they are likely to respond, it really depends on whether or not Donald Trump is willing to pull military funding from Ukraine. That's what they care about. They don't want to see resources go toward foreign wars when things are falling apart here in the United States. That's their argument. They're not as concerned with the geopolitical ramifications of Russia taking land from Ukraine. So as long as Donald Trump follows through with his promises to stop funding that war, I think MAGA will be fine with him. I don't think anyone genuinely, sincerely thought Trump is going to snap his fingers and end this massive multi-year war on day one. What people want is for the United States government to stop funding these wars. So I think, I don't know if Trump is...
The United States, if we're going to be the most powerful fucking country in the world, we have a responsibility to, try and help keep peace. We didn't start the war in Russia and Ukraine, all right? We didn't start that war, all right? We're helping someone defend themselves, okay? Which I think is like possibly the best use, like the most moral use of military aid like possible. We're not sending it to the Taliban because of some, Machiavellian thing like, oh, well, they're our allies today, and then in, 3 years after they kill some like smaller terrorist organization, we're going to go in and we're going to, fry them all with microwave, high-tech military blasts, right? This is, hey, we've been working with these guys for a long time, for the past, since what, 2013 or 2014, right? And probably a little bit before that to a lesser degree, right? We've been working with these guys for like more than 10 years. We've had good relations with their presidents, especially after Euromaidan. Like we've been helping them out. They've been, on the path to doing good things for themselves and being a reasonable ally for us. And now they're getting cooked by what we thought was going to be the second largest military or second most powerful military in the entire world. And yeah, we can help them with that. There's nothing wrong with that. All geopolitics is Machiavellian. Yeah, but like, you know what I mean? This isn't like, okay, well, you're our ally for the next 5 minutes. Like, this is someone that we've been working with for the past, like decade, You've been helping Ukraine since 1991? Yeah, but I mean, like, as closely as we have been the past 10 years is what I'm talking about, right? This isn't like we send, $100,000 to the Congo every year or some shit. This is... we have people on the ground advising them. We've got, our vice president over there saying, hey, you guys need to actually like root out the corruption or we're not going to give you as much aid. Like we're actually like doing major moves over there, This isn't some small time, like third world country that we're just sending, a little bit of aid so that people don't starve to death. We're like over there helping them build institutions and we're just going to like throw that away because, people don't understand how geopolitics works. We're going to throw that away because we think Putin is more based than our own country. I don't know.
Willing to do that. He has made some statements implying that he will. But I am curious, do you think he's going to do that, Cenk?
Yeah, I do. And I think there's actually good news buried in this story. So I'll get to that in a second. First, just to correct some of Donald Trump's statements. So he said they fired into Russia. Then they brought in the North Koreans because of that. No, they're going to bring in the North Koreans whether they're fired into Russia or not.
No, the North Koreans were there first and then we let them fire into Russia. No, get your facts straight. Get the timeline correct. It was North Korea starts sending troops into Russia to kill Ukrainians, okay? And then we were like, well, if they're going to get like extra troops from North Korea, you guys can shoot into Russia finally, okay? I guess like we've been kneecapping you for long enough. Now they've got a bunch of Koreans there. I guess we can let you shoot some missiles. It was the other way around. It wasn't they didn't respond to Ukraine. They brought in the North Koreans. Yeah, I mean, I guess he's right. They were going to bring in the North Koreans whether or not Ukraine shot missiles in there, but it's because the North Koreans were there. We let them shoot missiles. Jesus.
That's kind of a Russian talking point. And then he's like, well, now the situation is different because they brought in the North Koreans. No, they were already there before the election and you were still saying day one. So, okay, so those are the things that he was not truthful about. But the good news is, look, there was one way to end it on day one.
Wait, I'm sorry, what is this? Trump shared this after the wildfire? Piss off Tinkerbell? Trump was right? Who is he talking? What does it mean Trump was right? Is this about the water table shit that everyone's arguing about, but respect your president? Well, hey, that's kind of a nice segue to if we go to my profile and we go to like 2 days ago. Man, what was the post that this guy got so mad about? Oh, okay. So the debate that we're ostensibly having, okay, is with the average debate enjoyer who we've tried to set stuff up before, but he just like never followed through with coming onto the stream. Now Wick is setting something up, but he's not actually responding to anything that we're saying. So I don't know if it's actually going to happen or not. Why is Grok popping up? I do not need a Grok button. But like Donald Trump can say shit like this, right? Like thousands of people have lost their homes. Like dozens, I think we're like over 24 people have lost their lives. And Trump can post memes about like, oh, look at California. They're so stupid and weak and liberal. And that's why they're all dying. LOL. Man, if they were maybe a little less feminine, like you see those takes all over Twitter. But me saying, like, look at this. We were fighting toxic masculinity. I guess you guys can't see it because of the chat. Here, one sec. Where is, there we go. But we were fighting toxic masculinity. Next time, fight the fire, right? Like, they can make memes like that, but God forbid you make fun of Ashley Babbitt or the people affected by Hurricane Helene because, or the dude shot at the Trump rally. That's cruel and disgusting, politically biased behavior. Like that's just absolutely out of pocket, unbelievable, unconscionable, jokes. But if it's happening to a liberal, then you can make as many jokes as you want. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't care. I don't care if people make jokes about these things. Like some of the memes after the Trump assassination were funny. Or assassination attempt. Sorry. Some of the memes around the Hurricane Helene stuff were funny. Some of these things can be funny. Some of the memes around the wildfire can be funny. But if you're going to sit there and cry like a little baby, okay? You're going to cry like a little baby when someone makes fun of, shit that's going on in places that you agree with their politics. And then you're going to be ultimately cruel to people who are also having the same thing happen in a place that they don't agree with your politics. Off, right? And I got into a big fight with that subhuman freak, Tyler, which I will apologize. He wants me to apologize. I will apologize to him when he gives me one good reason why what I said in this post is bad. But that's what our debate is about. I don't know why he hasn't responded to anything that I've said in our group chat with Wick. I don't know why he hasn't. I don't know if he has responded to Wick. But I'm going to tell him, Mr. Wick, that is. I'm going to tell him if he doesn't get back to us by the end of the day today. With some specific examples about how I am, Mr. Evil, about how my political messaging is turning off the center, while he woke scolds me from the right about what jokes can and can't be made, or even when I'm saying political bias shouldn't play into whether you're making fun of people for dying in a wildfire. Until he can give me a good reason why what I said there is bad, or provide me with examples on my Twitter that are so egregious. If he doesn't give me some examples of that, then we're not having the debate. I'm not going to sit there and just have someone scold me for being mean on Twitter while we try and make content for someone else's show. Anyways.
It was what I just said, which is that he could have said, hey, Ukrainians, we're outie. And so you got to give up your territory to the Russians. And I halfway expected him to do that. And so I'm a little bit pleasantly surprised that he hasn't done that he's bothering to negotiate over 6 months so he can get the Ukrainians a little bit better deal, we hope.
Oh my gosh.
That's not such a bad thing. It could have been much worse given what he said and given what his policy is. And finally, to answer the question that you asked, Anna, no, we're not going to send that much more money to Ukraine. I don't know if it's zero, but it's probably going to be near zero. And we're going to get out of that war. That was one of his top
we're not
promises.
In that war.
He can't go back on that, and he has no reason to go back on that. So the fact that he's not,
he does have a reason, because it would be bad for the United States if Russia is allowed to just do whatever the they want and with us incessantly, with all of our allies incessantly. We do nothing to them back. That shit. I am so tired of the cry bullying from people with so much power. You don't get to sit there and cry that everyone is so mean to you while you literally bomb people to death. Okay, I mean, I would extend this to Israel. You don't get to say how mean everyone is to you while you continue to bomb the entirety of the Gaza Strip. That also doesn't mean that the Palestinians get to cry bully after they do the I'm tired of everyone acting like a victim. Jesus Christ, can anybody take responsibility for anything anymore? Why is every single here's my thing. I feel like every single major world leader, and every especially conservative leader, is a loser. Look at Elon Musk. He's doing the most loser behavior in the entire world. Do you get to act on the moral high ground when you have played a part in continuing the war? We're letting them defend themselves. War is not a moral evil in every single situation. If you're at war because you're defending yourself, you're fine. I don't give a all right? If you're the aggressor, then you're doing something immoral by invading someone. All right? That's my stance, and it always has been my stance. And you're actually incredibly politically biased. You have no values, and you have no smarts, and you have no brains, and you have no balls if you disagree with this. All right? If someone is getting attacked and they are our friend and they have been making good faith efforts to like show that they want to be like in our orbit, right? And then we just abandon them. We're immoral, all right? If you want to be our ally and we're going to, you know, like say we're going to help you out and all this shit, and then someone comes in and tries to like you in the ass without any permission, okay? And then we say, oh, okay, well, here's a gun to shoot them with, right? Are we immoral because we gave the victim a gun to shoot the rapist? Insane.
Forcing the Ukrainians to a much larger surrender overall is good news.
One other thing that I'll give him credit for, because it is a departure from the thinking that we saw from the neocons, certainly during the Bush administration. If you can remember, Cenk, one of the slogans of the Bush administration was that they do not negotiate with terrorists. And so, look, unfortunately...
No, it's because you gave the victim a gun while the act is still being committed on them. Oh no, we have to let them get to completion before we can hand them a Glock? What is your response there, Zolo? Please enlighten me. Does the victim have to like have the cum dripping out of their bleeding asshole before we can say, hey, you know what? No, you should go for the rapist? Oh, so you would support rather than, so what you're telling me right now is we should start a hot war with Russia rather than give Ukraine the ability to defend themselves. That's literally what you're telling me to do. And if peace happens and Russia keeps the territory, it'll be like forcing Ukraine to keep the baby? Yeah, exactly. Yes.